Bro, I had to figure out what was going on. Relax. I screen recorded it before I deleted the video. I was not going to risk that. Yo.
ideas are dangerous. Look at your friends out there. They cling to the old ways because they can't imagine a different world, a better world. That's what he brings. Yes, the Father is dangerous. People say the Father is dangerous. They're right. New ideas are dangerous. Look at your friends out there. They cling to the old ways because they can't imagine a different world, a better world. That's what he brings. Yes, the Father is dangerous. how she knew that, and she told me, because that's what they say. Are you gonna judge me based on what they say?
Come on. All these fucking people. Oh, sorry, YouTube. I was just not trying to play music. I'm just was just listening to some music while taking some bong rips, and now I am playing. What?
They're right.
Damn, she is a
New
baddie.
ideas are dangerous. Look at your friends out there. They cling to the old ways because they can't imagine a different world, a better world. That's what he brings. Yes, Father is dangerous.
Yo, who's this guy?
I keep hearing this singing, but
What?
there's nobody near me. Hey, sir.
Hey, sir.
Faith always. The Moonflower Trailer Park used to be a place for families, but now it's a ruin. It's a violent asshole playing loud music, shooting guns, and lighting shit on fire. Sounds like the perfect recruit for the Cougars.
The Cougars.
This mist will fuck your shit up.
Why'd you have to shoot the moose so many times with arrows? Dude, you fucking psychopath. Jesus. Damn. No, it was 7:20. That was 7:20. Beat your
Yo,
fucking ass. What's up, dog?
what's good?
Oh! Oh! Why am I even in this region? I'm not trying to do this. Shit, I'm all the way out here. I'm trying to...
In that game, we finished,
Nah, I restarted that shit.
what the fuck? Bro, what the? We started. Alright, well, I remember where we were, bro, so I ain't joining you until you get to that spot.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Yeah, like, we were pretty much at, like, the beginning of Faith's region or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I'll be joining that.
The anniversary.
Just say yes, Shane. Just say yes.
Jason's death is fast approaching, and still there.
Hold up, let me just, okay.
Ugh. How far in the beginning are you?
I don't know. I've been just playing. One, two. Okay. So
You don't even
Play
talk,
it for
bro.
me.
Homie, what?
Have you beaten that game before? Oh, good. Because every time I see you playing that game, you're always in like John's territory for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, every time I'm playing, yeah, I know, I always just kind of get distracted, and then I just, like...
No, because you would have definitely have beaten the game, like, multiple times, but it's like you play a lot until you get to around, like, Faith's region, and then you, like...
Yeah.
And then you either, like, quit or, like, restart or whatever.
I don't know, bro, I don't know why I do that. I feel like the game, I feel like I don't know, I feel like they probably could have designed the game a bit better for, like, playability, you know what I mean? Like, it does kind of feel like, after a while, you're just literally grinding out each region, doing the same shit, and then you fight the final boss. It's like, okay. Like, I know that's Far Cry, but it's like, but when you do that for multiple, this is the first game where they had multiple villains where it's the same repetitive bullshit, and it's like, oh my god. Like, I like it, it's fun, but then, like, you know what I mean? You're playing it, and you're like, oh, great, doing this, blow up a tanker again, nice, this is cool. Or blow up some bliss container, wonderful, you know what I mean? Like,
I can't wait until games get better where they can just put down more, like, NPCs and shit, because it always seems like these games should be bigger in scale than what they actually are.
right.
Like, this is pretty much like a fucking rebellion towards the crazy cult. Like, taking over the prison, which is, like, one of, like, Faith's, like, biggest strongholds. Bro, why is it, like, a 12v, like, 50?
Yeah.
Like, it should be, like, a 200 on 200 person battle, at least.
Yeah.
Like, this shit should go crazy. Like, we should be, like, entrenched, like, around the fucking prison, like, mortaring the fuck out of, like, the prison. And, like, then, like, going in on the wreckage, like... I don't know. I can't wait until just big, like, games can just get bigger scale because of the better technology of the future.
I'm just mainly playing through this in the beginning because I want to do the whole story and then play New Dawn, which is on Game Pass now.
Like a fucking 150 years, it's gonna be like GTA 10 or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, we can you could literally drive around like a fucking a generated fucking USA. Like, we have the whole USA, you could fucking just play around in, and then they're gonna look back at the games we played and they're like, you could only play in one city, and it wasn't even the full city, and it was
Right.
tiny as fuck. It's like, hey man, back in those days, it was fucking huge, bro. It was fucking sweet. We're like, dude, Skyrim sucks. It only takes you like fucking an hour to walk across the map. And I'm like, yo, back in the day, that was fucking crazy though. Like it took you an hour to walk across the map. That was insane. Well, now it takes like fucking couple weeks. It's like, the fuck is that? Like, you ever like finish the game? Like, how do you finish a game that takes like
Right.
weeks to walk across?
Wait, so if you can play this game with me and it's Xbox Series X, I bet you can play New Dawn with me. So you should. It's only 40 gigs. You should download it.
Well,
that-
the thing is I like Far Cry 5, so I'd be willing to play Far Cry 5 with you. I don't like New Dawn.
Nah, but New Dawn is like a direct continuation of like this story. It might not be as good, but it's still a direct continuation. I feel like they should have just included that game in here as like a DLC. That's what it should have been. And you definitely
If it was a DLC, maybe I wouldn't have a stigma against it. But
That's
it just
what I'm
being like a whole ass
saying.
game.
No, I know. I'm pissed about it being a whole ass game. That's just a money grab. But it is, from what I read, if it was a DLC, everyone's like, oh yeah, this would have been a fun ass DLC. People, they were just whoever's decision that was to fucking do that was just really stupid. So
Yeah, New Dawn is like my least favorite
nah,
Far Cry that I
play,
have played.
let's play it, bro. Like it's just download it. It's free.
You know, a game that I wish was fucking two-player was Far Cry Primal. I wish we could play that together. Far Cry Primal is awesome. That's a good game. That game keeps you busy too. And not in like the bad busy, like
Oh,
the repetitive ass shit. Yeah, Far Cry 5 is repetitive as fuck. Yeah, I always do John's region first, then I do Faith, then I do Jacob. I usually have fun until I'm done with like Faith, and then once I get to Jacob's region, I'm like burnout. So I know his region like the least, because every time I get to his region, I'm just like speed running through the story of the game, so I can just get to the ending or whatever. But in the beginning, I'm actually going slow and enjoying it.
yeah, but we don't have to fucking.
Bro, by the time you and me beat that game together on co-op, I'll have like fucking kids in high school. Like, we've actually been playing together on we've been playing Far Cry 5 together since like probably a year and a half probably after it came out, and we're only on like the beginning, like maybe 40% through like Faith's region. Like, we still need to do like half of her region and all of Jacob's region and like the last shit. We're not even like halfway through the game.
Yeah, no, I think we'd have fun on New Dawn.
You should fucking get Far Cry 4. We can play that co-op.
I mean, I just want to play it just because it's fucking.
Far Cry 4 is actually fire though. Far Cry 4 is actually a bomb-ass game, man.
No, I mainly just want to play through this, and then I can uninstall this, and I can uninstall New Dawn.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's a literal direct continuation of this story. Like the characters and it, like that's like the only reason I'm. And it's free, bro. So it's not like you have to pay for it.
Yeah, that's definitely the only way I would ever play New Dawn is it being free.
Yeah, I mean you got Game Pass, right?
There you go.
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, they just put it on there. It's the only reason I'm talking about it, man. I was like, hey, yeah, I wasn't gonna buy it or play it, like pay money for it. No.
Oh my god, my fucking oil pan is fucking spilling because of that stupid spot.
Hold up.
Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Okay. Oh, I gotta. Sword.
Ooh.
Wait. Oh, 'cause- Yeah, I was just checking something. You there?
Yeah, man.
Are you actually like online, or are you just like, what are you doing?
I'm at work right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I only have Thursday nights off. So, today is my... What is today to me? I guess it's Monday, kinda, because I got fired. Got today and 4 more days after this.
Oh, motherfucker. I was gonna get that truck! Shit.
Okay. Just one more pass on this shit, and I can go up to the south pod. Let's go.
Far Cry 6 is fun too.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, I think it's fun to play, but I don't know, the story's also like horseshit.
I don't know, bro. I mean, I was pissed that they got Giancarlo, but they only got him for like a couple cutscenes. That was it. Like
that's literally my like biggest fucking gripe with it all, dude. Is like you literally got a dude who's known for like just being a really good actor and playing a really good villain, and you got him for a Far Cry villain, which fits perfectly, and then you just didn't use him. Like,
well, you know, it's because of the money. It's because they had to have to pay him more. That's exactly why.
Okay, well, if you can't pay an actor a lot of money to have a good, like, then just don't get him and get someone else.
Yeah, I know.
Like, if you can't do that, like, Far Cry, man, like, that's one of the big things about it is the villains are good. They're psycho, but they, like, have a weird worldview that makes you think, and you're like, Jesus, fuck, I kind of agree, but not to that extent, because he's fucked up. Like, that's the type of shit we're looking for. Like, I didn't get any of that from him. He just seemed like, yeah, I'm just some random Central American fucking dictator or whatever, some shit. It's like, oh, okay. So you're kind of just like Raul Castro without saying Raul Castro. That's literally what his character was like. I'm Fidel Castro or his brother or whatever, pretty much, without saying. Welcome to Yara. You mean Cuba? I hate how they don't use real country names. I hate how the world is like that. Like, you can't use our real name. It's like, come on, bro. We all know what we all know where we're at. Like, Far Cry 4, Kirat. It's like, bro, we know we're in Nepal. This is Nepal. Or Bhutan. It's probably both. They say Montana, so what the fuck? They're allowed to say Montana.
Yeah, I thought that was weird. They did Montana, but they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, like in Far Cry 3, they don't say Indonesia, they just say Rook Islands. And then Far Cry 4, they say Kirat, but not Nepal or Bhutan. And then it's, yeah, we're in Montana. And then Far Cry 6 is like, we're in Yara. It's like, no, this is obviously Cuba. It's run by a dictator. Everyone's driving like 1960s cars. Like, literally the terrain in certain regions
I think it's probably because in America, it's probably easier to like kind of like get permission from the government to do that. Whereas other like foreign countries, it's going to be a little harder to be like, yeah, we got a game where people run around killing each other. We want this in here. Like, it's basically the same reason why like you won't see Grand Theft Auto really ever going to like another country. Like they're not gonna. It's in America. I mean, yeah, it's satire on America, but like it's for a reason too, because you can't just have a crime game run. That's why you don't see a lot of London crime games or a lot of like crime games like
I'll
that.
tell you what though, bro. Having a London GTA would be fucking so lame because they don't have weapons. Like the gangs and people out there don't have fucking guns. They just have like it's just stabbings everywhere. So it'd just be fucking stab theft auto. Like
Well, I wouldn't be stabbed Theft Auto. I mean, they've still Grand Theft Auto's still a thing over there. Like that's Grand Theft Auto is vehicular.
I'm just making a joke how you just went.
No, yeah, I know.
Feel like GTA, it would just be a bunch of knives. Obviously, it'd still be called GTA, but no.
Well, actually, that's not.
It'd just be a bunch of knifing.
That's not really true though. I think a lot of people like assume like, oh, everyone's just got knives. They do, but like guns are still like people can still get permits. People can still get like they can still own guns. It's just like.
Where do you think would be a good country though to have a GTA?
Like actually, if you talk to a lot of European people, a lot of the people over there love their guns. They just look at us with all like the shootings and stuff that we have, and it's just like all you need is a little regulation. Nobody's saying take your fucking guns away. Like it's just that not every fucking schmuck and Tom, Dick, and Harry needs one. That's not the. We're not in the Revolutionary War anymore. We're not fighting off. I feel like that was like the dumbest thing that the founding fathers could have like corrected. Like, okay, yeah, stockpile your arms and all that stuff, but like maybe specify like, but when the war's over, you don't gotta, it's like, 100 years later, you guys know we're not fighting the British anymore, It's like.
Well, I think it was made for. Hey guys, make sure all fucking civilians have muskets, or at least a lot of people have muskets, because if this government ever gets fucking whacked, then we need to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. But obviously they're not fucking, they can't see into the fucking future. They never knew that fucking like tanks and jets and nukes and fucking artillery and they didn't know about any of that, and like machine guns, like assault rifles and LMGs, like they didn't know about any of that. They were just like, hey, you should have muskets, because like if the 7th or 8th president down the line just becomes like a total fucking dickhead and starts taking your rights away, you need to stand up against that motherfucker like we stood up against the British. That's what they were thinking. Obviously, they kept it vague because you kind of still need to keep it vague. Like even if you were changing it, you'd still want to keep it kind of vague, because if you did it too specific, it would kind of like, it wouldn't really make sense in the future, Right to bear muskets. It's like, okay, but now it's 2025. Like, who the fuck would actually have a musket? And who would actually defend themselves with a musket? Like, oh my god, 2 people are breaking into my house and I got 1 shot and it might not even actually hit them because it's, like, inaccurate as fuck. Like, shitty-ass guns, like. But, no, I think we just have a really shitty culture now. I think the U.S. is just not mature enough to handle certain things. Like, we're also the fucking only country in the world that you have to wait until you're, like, 21 to buy alcohol. It's because our people aren't mature enough just to have a little bit, In Europe, fucking, they have I mean, some places in Europe are bad examples, like fucking Czech Republic and Ireland are like drunks. But I know a lot of European countries do it better. They have alcohol a lot, but they don't go to the extremes like we do. U.S. just got fixed. The Kinks, man. Got a lot of weird stuff going on. But we're also in our infancy, bro. We're a pretty new country, so kind of just learning a lot of stuff for the first time.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, am I talking about souls? They're going pretty crazy though over in Europe. You see those? You see some news clippings of that shit of some crazy riots going on in England and Poland, and I think Germany's having some, and France maybe. You seen that shit?
Yeah, I mean, there's always riots going on, man.
Well, like I know, but these ones are like Usually they're riots about like specific things, like specific policies of their nation or whatever. But it seems like the countries are rioting over like the same kind of thing, like talking to your like rioting as Europe as a whole almost. But I don't really know. I haven't been to Europe and I haven't been to all those countries, so I don't really know how it is over there. So I ain't European, bro. I'm American. Huh.
We don't want to do it at Charlie because the Colonel drew it. Maybe it looks flat, I'll probably leave it from here on out. Yeah,
We gotta come out with a new Far Cry, man. What was it? When did Far Cry 6 come out? It feels like it came out a decent bit ago.
Yeah, I think last year.
No, it's gotta be older than that. There's no way it's a
couple years.
It's probably like 3, but I don't know. People have kind of forgotten about Far Cry because their like last like 2 installments have just been like not really that good. What are the newest installments? Fucking Far Cry 6 and is New Dawn really actually the second newest? New Dawn's old as fuck.
No, they just put it on the Game Pass. That was before.
But what came before Far Cry 6? New Dawn, I think, right? There's not a Far Cry between New Dawn and 6, is there? Because if so, I've like never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm just looking up this riot stuff going on, and it doesn't seem like none of this is connected. All of them are just like random. Like one's about the euro, something about the euro, or they're trying to do something with the euro. Another one's
I thought it, yeah, like something like that. Like I thought the European Union was doing something. I saw like a lot of like Europeans pissed off like in different countries about the European Union or whatever. So that's why I say it's connected because a lot of countries are in that. So, but maybe they're not writing anymore about that, or maybe
there's still riots going on. I'm just reading what they're about.
Usually like those countries have like a riot because like maybe like they got like higher taxes or some other something unique to their country. But it seems like they're all like pissed off about something like similar because they were like holding the European Union flags, and I was like, oh shit, are they not fucking with that shit anymore? Like Europeans kind of get sick and tired of that union, or I don't know if it's true. I think I read somewhere that like some Europeans just want to like merge a lot of countries together, kind of like how the United States merged like the states or whatever, kind of make like the European Union actually like a country. I don't know if that's real or not. Maybe it's real, but like it just definitely won't pick up. Like it won't actually get a good footing, and it won't ever actually happen. That might be it. Maybe like a few weird radicals are like, yeah, let's just fucking make Europe one country. That'd be crazy. That would be insane if they did that. It'd be really hard to do though. So many different languages and cultures. That'd be so fucking hard. Ugh.
Yeah, no, I was just looking up that what about that. I didn't see anything about that, but I'll have to look that up. Yeah, from what I saw, it just says they're just like protesting about a bunch of different things, but
They're definitely protesting a lot about a lot of different things. I know Poland is like doing some border shit. They're like stopping Belarusians and
Germany,
like, Ukrainians.
Germany. There's confrontations between far right groups and Antifa. These protests are part of a broader wave of anti-extremism demonstrations leading up to the federal election scheduled for February 23rd, 2025. Belgium, tens of thousands of Belgians took to the streets in Brussels to protest the new government's planned pension reforms. The demonstrations led to a multi-day strike, halting all air traffic in the country. Local police reported approximately 60,000 people participated in the strike, reflecting widespread opposition to the proposed changes. Slovakia protests have erupted against Prime Minister Robert Fico's pro-Russia stance, marking the largest demonstration since 2018. Organized by the group Peace for Ukraine, these protests have seen tens of thousands of Slavic citizens mobilizing across 28 different areas, expressing their disapproval of the government's foreign policy direction. France and Grenoble, I think it's how you say that, a grenade attack on a bar restaurant in the Olympic Village district resulted in approximately 15 injuries, with 6 individuals critically wounded. The assailant fled the scene, and authorities are investigating the motive behind the attack. Local officials have condemned the act as one of extraordinary violence. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on.
Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, and then when I was reading about the European thing, it says while the EU is political and economic union of 27 countries, it's not trying to become a single country. The EU promotes closer integration in areas like trade, law, and some policies, but its member states remain sovereign nations. Some political figures and groups advocate for more unity, like the United States of Europe, while others push back against further integration. Countries like Hungary and Poland, for example. It just depends on who you're depends on where you're getting your. So it just depends. There are people in the country who want that, but it just depends on where you're. Countries like, I don't really watch the news, so countries like, I mean, I'm literally just reading this. It's just like I just asked ChatGPT to pull up like information from the news, like what's going on. I don't listen to figureheads.
I wasn't listening to no figurehead about it.
While others push back against further integration. Countries like Hungary and Poland, for example, actively resist centralized EU control. Yeah, no, I'm saying that because it just, I mean,
I don't think they're striking as much as like they're protesting as much as other places, but for some reason I've just seen more of their stuff. But obviously, just because you see more of something doesn't mean it's necessarily happening more. But it just felt like they were just protesting a lot. It seems like Europe's pissed off about tons of shit. What the fuck are you doing, Europe?
I mean, that shit's gonna be happening over here, bro. The protests about inflation and all that. Shit's gonna be happening real soon. If those prices don't come down.
Yeah, I'm fucking sick of fucking expensive ass shit.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are. I think
everyone would be sick of that shit. I don't think anyone likes spending more money than they need to on just normal ass fucking food.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not gonna be good if they don't come down, bro. Like, that's why they're protesting in Europe. Like, I mean, it's not really, the country's not a mess. I mean, they're not, they can get their shit together. We got to get our shit together. I mean, prices are not coming down. This is not good. It hasn't even been a year yet, bro. Like this, I mean, promises were made and it's not happening, and people are pissed. People are pissed here. I mean, fucking approval ratings are already down fucking 5 points. I mean, that's 5%. That's crazy. It's not even been a year. This is what happens when you make promises and you don't keep them. Inflation was 80% of why people wanted to see what would happen with this new administration, and that's 80% of it was inflation. That was the biggest. Sure, there was niche issues like the border and stuff like that, but most of the people wanted lower grocery prices, as you're saying. Everyone's noticing that. That's the biggest thing that everyone notices. It's when your pockets are being dug into at the stores.
I think it'll be just nice when fucking, maybe hopefully in the future everything just chills out, we can get back to some normalcy and all the politics stuff can stop being so polarizing and everyone stop freaking out about it so much. It'll be nice if we can just get back to just that stuff just not being, I don't know, so messy how it is. People just taking advantage of shit. Corrupt motherfuckers and
yeah, that'd be nice.
I don't know. I just want our country to fucking get their shit together. I want both parties to stop being annoying as fuck. I want people to stop taking politics so serious. I mean, obviously politics is serious, but I guess what I'm saying is like certain, certain aspects of politics don't need to be fucking drowned out so much, or people need to stop talking so loudly about certain things.
I mean, to be fair, bro, what I've noticed. And this is to be completely honest.
Food prices is big, though. I get that. Like,
no,
people are freaking out about food prices. That makes sense.
Food prices is the big. I'm over that. I'm just saying in general, like that. Yeah, that is like 80% of what people wanted to see in a different administration, because it's called pendulum politics for a reason, was because promises were made about groceries. So like, I know some people try to say like, oh well, like that's, like polarizing and stuff. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying like other people were like, they'll get like that when I bring up stuff about prices, and it's like, okay, but if I don't have a side, but like if it was the other side and they promised to bring down prices and they didn't do it, I would be pissed and I would be like, yeah, you lied. So that's like that. It's not polarizing. It's that too many people don't want to admit they fucked up, and that both sides lie. I mean, Biden lied about stepping down after 4 years.
Maybe I'm using the wrong word. What I mean is like you can't talk about politics without someone just freaking out and getting annoying.
Well, no, but it's not freaking out though when somebody brings up a point about why haven't prices come down, and then somebody gets upset about that you're asking that question. It's like, that's a genuine question. Why aren't prices coming down? That was a promise that was made. I can pull up the countless videos of him saying, I'm going to bring it down day one. It's a policy that Biden inflicted, and I'm going to get rid of that policy day one. And that didn't happen because there is no inflation policy. I knew that, but I was hoping, okay, maybe prices, well, let's see what's going to, because it's pendulum politics. It always goes back and forth. We've never really had a straight one side or the other. It always goes back and forth. Maybe sometimes 2 terms of one side, and then maybe another time where it's a 1 term or 2 terms of one side, or what I mean is like being voted in twice. But as of late, that really hasn't been happening with anybody, because I don't think that's going to happen for a very long time, getting somebody in, because people want results. That's what people want. I don't really think a majority of the people do not look at Republican, Democrat, stuff like that. They hear and that's how I'm looking at it now. They do not care about political anything. There is no political, nobody's polarizing anybody. People just want fucking lower prices. There's people who don't even pay attention to politics at all. They hear him say, I can bring down prices, as stupid as that is. They hear that and they go, oh, okay. So I'm saying people are like, you know, they're angry. I mean, we're going to have riots here. Like, our country's got to get our shit together. I mean,
I guess I used the wrong. I guess I just.
no, you use the right
word.
term. No, you use the right word. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's not polarizing to like to have a conversation.
No, that's what. Yeah, no, we're agreeing though. I don't think it's a big deal to talk about politics. You shouldn't get worked up about politics and get all crazy. Like, that's what a lot of people do.
I mean,
I believe that this should happen.
No, but I'll get worked up. I get worked up is about the hypocrisy. That's what I get worked up about.
Well, sure, you can get worked up about like shit that people promise and then they don't do it. Obviously, that's a normal like reaction to that kind of stuff. I'm just saying, like, if someone says like, "Here's my opinion on like this," I feel like this would make it better. And then people are like, "Oh my fucking god, what are you fucking retarded? That's not the right way." It's like, well, that kind of stuff, freaking out about that person. But if someone's like, "I'm gonna do this," and then doesn't do it, yeah, okay,
no,
you're reasonably upset.
No, but like,
I think this would be good. It's like, okay, I agree with that, but
dude, I don't even think it was even like that before, like about what you're saying. Like, I feel like
you know what the funny thing is I think people can say that. They can say, well, back in the day, you just weren't there and you wouldn't know. But I don't know. Maybe I just didn't see it because I was little. But I don't ever really remember. Maybe it was big for like adults. Like adults always freaked out about politics. Like back in the 2000s when I was a kid, and I just didn't care because obviously I was a kid just doing my dumb shit. But the politics never reached me. Now I feel like politics reach kids much more than it ever did. I think kids get way more involved and they think it's way more serious than it actually, like, I don't know, I just hear like political opinions from like really.
Well, that's fine, bro. I mean, you
like,
have a political opinion.
This is really weird to me. Really weird to me.
You have a political opinion.
I'm not saying you can't have a political opinion. Let me finish. It's not going to take long. I'm going to like be done with this saying in like 25 seconds. I'm just saying, like, a kid can have an opinion, you know, that's totally fine. I'm just saying it's weird to me because it's weird just seeing like a young kid talk about politics when I was growing up, that was never brought up. Like, I never thought of politics. My friends never brought up politics. Even people I wasn't even friends with, like, I never really started hearing about politics. Like high school. I'm not talking about opinions.
Bro, I agree. I wholeheartedly. I think it's disgusting with that stuff, with the political stuff. I mean, it was on, I don't know if it was TikTok or Instagram Reels or something, but and there was this woman and she was, you know, calling out this one mother, and a lot of it is not. It's on the parents. It's not the children. It's on the parents. I mean,
it's definitely the parents, because you have kids saying, you have like 5-year-olds saying "fuck Biden." It's like, you don't even know Biden.
Yeah, and you have like mothers like doing like Trump themed birthday parties. Like, way to ruin your kid's birthday party. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, you don't need to be teaching your 6-year-old about Trump, and you don't need to be telling them about, like, bro, they're 6. By the way, I'll tell you one thing: they're not affected by politics. Sure, there's some things in politics will then do this, so then you are affected, so then it kind of affects them. I get that, but like, they can't vote, and they're not old enough to comprehend what the fuck's happening. So
yeah, no.
Like, they don't need to know anything about politics. Let them play with fucking trucks or dolls or whatever the fuck like they're doing. You know, let them be 7-year-olds. Like, I don't know. That's just weird. Like, I just see that now. I just see young kids talking about politics.
Yeah, but like,
dude, I was playing outside, like climbing trees and making forts and playing.
Yeah, but like, I agree with what you're saying, but like, again, like, I think what everyone needs to come to the conclusion is that this is not a two-sided thing. I mean, this is not an issue caused by specific groups and mindsets of society. It goes both ways. Like, it's literally just society. It's not caused by anybody. Nobody else is like.
Oh yeah, no, you're completely right. Because times in the past were very polarizing, and then they chilled out for a bit, and then they got crazy again, and then they chilled out a bit, and then they got crazy. Like like during the Civil War. Obviously, it was huge. Like political affiliation was crazy back then. You were an abolitionist and for the Union, or you were a Confederate, and like the Democrats were the South, and a lot of Republicans were like factory workers, and it was like crazy polarizing. Like I don't have to get in specifics of why the Civil War was like crazy, but then after that, I think Reconstruction was a little crazy still too. But like the 90s and like the 1900s, that 20 years was like they chilled out.
You know,
and then World War One came, and then it got crazy again. And then the Roaring 20s, everyone was partying and having fun again, so it was chill. And then the Great Depression, World War II happened, and they started freaking the fuck out again.
The South could have got a way better deal if they didn't assassinate Lincoln. I was reading about that. Like, I guess like, the guy that came after him like was not for like rebuilding the South and like, you know, like putting money back in, because it was like destroyed after. And they basically, like, Lincoln was more in favor of like helping them, like after beating them, like, okay, we'll help rebuild. But the other guy,
Andrew Johnson,
that came after him was like, yeah, fuck you guys, like you're traitors, like fuck you. Like he was just like,
you were absolutely
that literally, and like
fact.
Yeah, like I was reading about that. I'm like, wow, the South could have been like way more developed and educated today than it is if they simply just didn't do that. Like that's
definitely the education, what you were saying, and being less agrarian and getting more factories, definitely. But you know what would have definitely not happened? Well, maybe not definitely, but I think has a better chance of not happening under Lincoln. The formation of the KKK that happened under Andrew Johnson during Reconstruction. He was doing such a shitty job that white folk down in the fucking South were getting so fed up with this bullshit that they fucking formed the KKK. Like, Jesus, dude, like you did so shit. You literally brought that in, dude. The KKK back in the 1870s was the worst version of the KKK. Like, now they're just, like, a bunch of pathetic fucking people in small numbers that don't do shit, and they're just, like, you know, they're just, like, racist, but they don't do what they were doing back in the 1870s and, like, rounding up motherfuckers. Like, they were crazy back then. Now they're just pathetic. They're just racist. They're just dumb racists who don't get with, like, modern times and shit. But back then, they were a fucking menace. They were literally, like, knocking on doors and just dragging, like, black families to their grave. It was crazy. Burning fucking black businesses and shit. Like, yeah, they were fucked up, and that's all because of that dude Andrew Johnson's fault. He fucking let that shit happen.
It says the KKK formed in 1865 after the Civil War during the early years of Reconstruction. If Abraham Lincoln had survived his assassination and remained in office. Oh, wait, I lost where I was reading. If Abraham Lincoln had, I just lost where I was reading. If Abraham Lincoln had survived his assassination and remained in office, it's possible that Reconstruction would have played out differently, but the racial tensions that led to the KKK's formation would have still existed. Lincoln was planning a more lenient Reconstruction approach, is what I was saying, aiming to reunite the country quickly rather than punish the South harshly. However, after his death, his successor Andrew Johnson struggled to control Reconstruction, and the white supremacist groups like the KKK emerged in response to the newfound rights of black Americans. Even if Lincoln had lived, racist resistance to Reconstruction and black rights likely would have still existed in some form. The KKK formed because many white Southerners opposed racial equality, not just because of specific policies from one president. I mean, it would. It definitely still would have formed. It definitely wasn't. They didn't form because of Andrew. They formed because they were pissed that slavery was taken away. That's what they were. You know, I mean, it's sad because, like, you know, like if you hear about if you know anything about Black Wall Street and how they burned that down, the South could have been a very very prominent like area, but they just kept shooting themselves in the foot. No, you're not. I mean, they look at it like only the blacks would make money from that. No, not really. If it's in the city and they have a thing and they're bringing money and it's a huge economy, why burn it down? This is like early on, you know, way back when that was. It's like this is at a time where they needed. This is like you're building up your cities and this is desperately when you need money coming into, especially after all that stuff was going on with the civil, you know, it's like, you know, and they just had multiple times So, and they've just
I don't
burned.
really know why they got so crazy about it. They were pretty much still doing slavery after the Civil War. They were just doing sharecropping. You
Oh
know?
yeah, no, yeah, like they.
Like they were still working exactly the same way. Like really, almost nothing changed other than they couldn't just whip the fuck out of them and like beat the shit out of them anymore.
Yeah, that's.
They still house them, and they could leave whenever they wanted, but they didn't because this is like the only thing they really know right now, and it's the only jobs they can think of to do. But obviously that changed, and they moved to different places and started their own businesses, did factory work.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
Obviously,
yeah,
all changed.
them
Yeah, they started agrarian, and they stayed agrarian for a long time.
Well, it's not even just that, dude. I'm just saying, like, they tried. I mean, it's the point of like, it goes beyond. It's not even political. It's just hatred. I mean, it's like you do that, and it bites you. I mean, seriously, they could have had a flourishing economy. They could have had, like, the South could have been completely different today if they had not burned down just a whole area.
Oh, someone's talking on the radio. Hold up. I gotta talk on the radio. Yep, go ahead.
How do we get over there and see if you're good or should I go over there?
Actually, I think they turned out really good. I think any little thing wrong with them, I think a raid can easily do.
Perfect. I will over there, mate.
Okay, I think, sorry about that. I think we're good now. What were you saying?
No, I'm just reading this. Yeah, a lot of the reason the South is held back, the reason they are today, is because of, like, just their own, like, hate and ignorance towards, like, that. It's like they literally had opportunities to, like, and part of the thing was when you talk about like the reason the North and other states up here prospered, it's a combination of things. Education, welcoming different, and what you're saying about them sticking to that form of whatever bullshit they were doing, trying to still make money doing that too, but they welcomed more, and this goes on top of them sticking to their old, but it's racism too, because they want to just keep doing the slavery in a sense. But the North was open to new, like, not basically, like, they're not looking at your skin color and saying, we got to have this be a specific way, you know what I mean? Like, they allowed people to come in and start businesses, and it wasn't just, because you got to think too, the South is not just racist towards blacks. They are. A lot of people think, oh, it's just the black. Yeah, because of slavery, and that was a big part of it. It's very, and I was reading about this. It's very much. They're very much. They'd be racist to any, like, a Chinese person comes down there, you know what I mean, or somebody from another country speaking something that's not their native tongue in their area, somebody that's so, like, my point is, like, places up north, people are coming in from Germany, people are coming in from over on boats, they are welcoming those people in. Down south, they didn't want anybody but their own fucking people there, so they missed out on, like, tons of opportunities to, like, build up their areas, and they just simply because they got to have and go down there now. That's all that it is. If you go down there now, it's like there's, I mean, everyone I've talked to that is down there, or at least moved down there recently within the last couple of years, or even just people that, there was this guy we were talking to in Call of Duty. He's like, yeah, I live down here, he said some state down south. He goes, fucking sucks down here. I just can't afford to move up north. Dude, everyone I've talked to wants to move up here. And then I see idiots up here going, I want to move down there. No, you don't. It's awful. Like, literally, I've heard people down there don't want to come up here. Like, what are you? They just
think of like the weather and, like, the shitty, like, Florida beaches. That's what people think of when they think of the South. The
people that are down there, like, I'm not saying everyone hates it, but a good majority of people simply would move if they could, but they can't afford it. Like
I'll tell you what though. I think people worry too much about the South and how they feel right now. I think that stuff is gonna die out. We can already see that it gets less and less all the time. I know they're still racist and they still have that really bad view and shit, but it is getting a lot better. Like it just goes through time of generation and just parents not teaching their kids to be scumbags. That's like why the South was like that, because it literally was for hundreds of years. That was like the norm. I know it's hard for like people nowadays to
no,
think,
I understand that. Yeah, that was what they were teaching the kids. Yeah.
Was slavery okay back then? No, but was it like socially acceptable? And did people back then actually think it was okay? Yeah, that's how fucking weird it was back then. We don't understand the mind of those people back then because they thought of that shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's good. Look, no, like slavery's a good thing. That's crazy because someone tells us slavery's good, we're like,
no, but like it's just like the people that opposed it back then.
Those were the radicals actually back then. The majority of people fucked with it, and then the abolitionists, they gained ground, and then eventually they became the majority, and then thankfully majority of people were like, yeah, this is actually a fucked up practice, and we gotta stop this shit. But that was a radical new idea. Like, hey, maybe we should pay them, and maybe we have a better way of making wealth and shit. You don't have to take these people and just like enslave them. There's other ways to do it. Like, that was such a weird concept back then for those people. Like, that was just so absurd.
Yeah, it wasn't like...
Now it's normal, and it's the best way. Obviously, we know, obviously it's normal now, and it's the way to go, but back then they were like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, I won't have as much money if I pay them, but then, obviously, over time they learn. But, dude, there's less racists every generation. Like, just because there's better parents that just realize that shit is dumb, so it slowly goes away. Obviously, there's terrible people.
We're saying, but you're saying that like, I know you're saying that based off of. I know you're saying that based off of places you've been, but I'm telling you, like, and you're
saying there's more racists now.
I'm just saying that it's not. There's not more, but I'm just saying it's definitely not. You go down deep south, dude. It's
depleting, not as much as we would want, but it is going away.
In deep south, bro, dude, I literally just heard a thing. I can't say it because I'm streaming, but I literally just read a thing within this last year, 2024, down south. Nice black family. They're eating out at this place called, I'll say the name, Nicks in the Sticks. You can look this up. You can Google it. And
I'm sure it happened.
I'm not saying if you. I'm just saying you. Seriously, I'm serious. You should like read about it. It's an awful. But. He basically this nice like black family sitting there, and there's this and like these big like hillbilly people. You'd think like, oh, this guy's definitely like, not to stereotype, but you'd say this guy's definitely racist. No, he's like friends with these black. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't just judge it, but so they're all like sitting there, and the owner comes over and he goes, "Are you with these N-words?" And he goes, "Excuse me?" And then like the owner runs off. He's like hiding behind the fucking restaurant in a bush. They're calling the police, and they're getting the owner, and the wife comes out. She's looking for him. It's like, what the like? It's like, what? So no, I definitely, it definitely is not like 100%, dude. Oh, and it definitely is, dude. You should hear my cousin. You should hear my cousin that lives up here. You should hear how he talks, bro. It's disgusting.
Okay, but just saying it still happens doesn't mean it's not. It is getting better. Like what you're saying is like that happens once. Yeah, that happens once in a while. It still happens. But what you're saying right now, like that shit, that happened like daily, all the time. Like, oh, like I ain't gonna serve these like N-words or whatever. Like it happened like every day back in the olden times. Nowadays, like sure, you hear about that once in a while, and like. It is getting better. Is it what it should be? No. Like, there's still racists out there. Like, it sucks. There's people that still believe that they're better because, like, they have a different colored skin. Obviously, it's not 100 yet. But to say it's not getting better, that's fallacy. It is getting better. It's not good still. It's like, it's still, there's still a lot of racists out there. But compared to what the fuck it was, yeah, we made a lot of progress. A lot of progress. Like, I'm telling you, I would easily take being a black person today in 2025 rather than a black person, like, fucking 100 years ago. Easily.
Then we got the whole issue of our which I'm not going to say is like an excuse for how society is today, but I wholeheartedly agree that, and this is not an excuse to say, well, they just should never try and never get better, but you gotta, I mean, the whole like how we, especially like you look at the cities and the ghettos and stuff, and how like, and I don't know how if you believe the stuff with like the CIA stuff, but I mean, yeah, I don't know how you couldn't, because there was like a whole court trial, and they like basically admitted to like selling drugs and, you know, to get money for the guns and stuff with it. That was a whole thing. That was a they
I don't know anything about this. I'm not going to disprove anything.
The Iran Contras and all that with the when they were putting crack and stuff into the fucking 60s. That was real. That was real. They did that. They did that, and they literally targeted black neighborhoods, and they're like, yeah, these are pathetic, whatever. They don't. Let's just get them addicted, you know.
Yeah, sure.
And then people like talk about today. Well, I'm not saying like, okay, but you got to think about it from perspective of the 60s and 70s was not that long ago. Look at the history and the scheme of how old our planet is, and how like society is. The 60s and 70s is not that old. So like if they're back then doing that shit to a culture that's already, you know, kind of just getting their footing, basically, not just getting. I'm gonna make your point sound. You know what I mean? Like it's not an excuse, but I'm just saying, like, you gotta like understand, like if the CIA didn't do that, I guarantee you we would have a lot more. They would be more wealthy, and there wouldn't be these hoods. Like the idea of a hood, and we make fun of them and say, oh, they live in the hoods. We created hoods, basically. We went to these hoods. These hoods wouldn't be hoods if we didn't fucking flood them with crack. They'd be neighborhoods. But we just didn't. You know, that's. I'll
make your point sound better. It wasn't the 60s that was doing all this Iran. It was actually even closer to our time.
Oh,
it was like the late 80s. It was under the Reagan administration. We were doing a lot of this shit. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm actually making your point better. It was even closer. The 80s, the 60s was a little bit of time ago, but the 80s, like late 80s, early 90s, don't come at me and say that's a long time ago. I'm gonna agree with you. That was. Bro,
so like we were
born in the 90s.
Look how they were like. I mean, they weren't just getting their civil rights, obviously, but like that was still like a time that it was still like they were still kind of getting their footing. Like they were still below, not in a good way, but they were definitely below. After being kept down by us for so long, they were definitely still below us in society and getting their footing. And then we come in, Reagan comes in, and they come in, oh, fuck you guys. And then it just basically, like, sets them back another, you know. So it's like, yeah, that's only the 80s. Like, again, it's not an excuse. And you see a lot of, you see them, like, I see more and more, and again, I see respect is not a skin color thing, but, like, you see more and more of, I guess, like, I don't know, like, I guess, like, the best example I could use, like, I don't want to, like, sound like this is, like, a race thing, but, like, the best example I could use is, like, I remember when growing, like, you gotta think, like, white people kind of went through the same growing pains in other cultures and whatnot, like, in terms of, like, how they acted and how they talked, and then eventually they kind of, because, like, you're kind of seeing that the culture now, you know, yeah, there's still people, just like there's still white people that do that, but there's a lot more. It's not just like this uneducated, like, you know, like the stereo, you know what I mean? It's there's a lot of very educated, like, you know, so now it's kind of becoming more that's 100% why I even said, was telling my dad, and I was like, you know, we may not agree. I don't agree with, and he's only doing it to appease racist people. It has nothing but the effects of it, and they use it, you know, it's, you know, but the DEI stuff, I 100% agree. I think at this point, I think when Obama put that in place, they were still in a point in society where, yes, women and all them needed that kind of foot up in society, and that was that during that time, that was 2000, but that was 2008. Now we're in 2020. We're in 2025, 2024. Everyone and like you were saying, how everyone's kind of becoming more equal. Everyone has equal opportunities. The idea of DEI was to allow them to get to a point to be on our level. At this point, with having some of those things in place, there are people getting it does kind of put them at an advantage now. And I was seeing that not even before Trump. I was seeing that. I was like seeing some of these things where I was like, that's kind of weird how and it's not even like a racist thing, and it like kind of made me feel weird because it's like, well, I'm not racist, but it's like, that's kind of weird. Like I saw some stuff where like some guy gets turned down for I don't know what it was, but it was like a position or something, and like it just kind of seemed like, I can't even say the specific stuff, but it's like you were seeing, it was almost like it was like putting an edge up on them now above us, and it was like they turned down somebody very qualified because they're white simply because they want to meet a quota. Like that's a problem, you know what I mean? That's not even that's not even liberal. That's not even liberal because it goes both ways. When it benefits them, I mean, the reason why I say is when people benefit him is if he was really getting rid of DEI, he'd find a way to get rid of Clarence Thomas because he was put into the Supreme Court because of DEI. Not that he put that in place, but this guy does everything that Trump wants. His wife was involved in the insurrection. She bussed people over there. The dude's corrupt as they come. But he doesn't get rid of him because he's his guy. He's his judge. So that's the hypocrisy that I get pissed off at. It's like, okay, are you really against DEI? Because I am. You need to do it on both sides. Don't just purge the people that are on the Dems or the liberals. Purge the DEI people on Republican side too, because there's a lot of DEI Republicans too that shouldn't be in their positions. It's like just treat it like treat everything like that. That's my biggest thing. When I argue with people about politics, I don't care who you vote for, but if it's like just if your guy fucks up, just admits he fucks up, and if he's not doing something he didn't promise, don't say, oh well, it's the deep state. That he literally said that. Trump has already blamed deep state Democrats are the reason prices aren't coming down. It's like that is the biggest fucking lie. But you have people who eat that up and will say that, well it's his fault and he wrecked the price. No, he didn't. There's no policy on inflation. He lied to get into. People need to find that out and acknowledge, just like Dems found out that Biden lied when he first ran, he said, I'm going to run as a one-term, because remember, he was Trump's age now when he ran initially. And he was like, he's like, when I'm running, because he said he'll be whatever he is, the ages he's at now. So he's saying, I will step down and pass the torch. I'm going to do one term. He lied. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, well, because that was, I'm not going to sit there and pretend like, I don't really have a side. I look at who's got the bet, but it's like he lied. I just look at it, not that it's my side, but I just look at it from the two sides, from the two perspectives. I can look at both sides and say, he lied on his side, you lied on your side. It's not one side always lies and one side is sometimes lying. No. Both sides lie. And I've been noticing that more and more. Even a lot of these Democrats in these southern states, my dad was telling me, they voted for the immigration stuff. I know you support that stuff and all that, but they support that stuff, and their party necessarily wouldn't, but they're supporting it because they're in districts that are Republican districts. And they want to get reelected. At that point, and this is like recently. This is when this last not even year, I'm seeing this. It's like I'm not saying it doesn't matter, and people still need to put the right people in office. But it's both sides. It's Democrats, it's Republicans. Everyone's doing slimy stuff. I can acknowledge that. Like, it's just it bugs me, like the narrative that it's like, well, one side's bad, one side it's mostly bad, and it's worse, and it's like bro, like, or like the pedophile argument is like, bro, there's so many fucking pedophiles. Like, there's so many. I mean, you say you don't know who fucking Matt Gaetz is. Dude's a literal fucking pedophile, literally picking up girls at high schools. It's like all you gotta do is just Google Matt Gaetz. You'll see he's a Republican congressman. And it's like, and that's not just one person. There's plenty, just like there's plenty of sick fucks on the other side. It's not one side's a bunch of sick pedophile devil worshiping. It's like, no, it's like there's both sides are equally disgusting. There's people on both sides equally disgusting. Hell, even yeah, everyone's praising Trump. Trump literally was a Democrat in the back in the night. Like, he was literally voted. He said he himself said, well, technically the economy does do better under them. He acknowledged that. He's doing it now, and people are finding it out. What Elon and him are doing. Government cuts are not going back in. Have you seen any money? I haven't seen any money. I don't see any money going back to us. They're just cutting departments that mess with his business ventures, and it's just all about them making money, And this isn't even looking at it like, oh, political sides. Both sides do it. Both sides they do shit for money, and it's about.
I got something for you,
that's all I'm saying, bro. Like, it's both sides. It's not until people can realize that. Until people can realize that.
I got something for you. I'm a pretty pessimistic guy. I try to stay real.
I know, but you kind of think. I'm just saying it. I'm saying it because you're
negative. But I'm going to say this. I think this is I think I'm going to be positive right here. I'm actually pretty positive that it'll be pretty good, even though I'm a pretty negative kind of person. I feel like our country is going to actually make a really good rebound. We got a lot of annoying stuff going on both sides, and it's a little crazy right now, but I actually believe we're going to make out of this pretty good, because I know a lot of people hate a lot of what America has done in the past, which they have done a lot of fucking crazy shit. America has done a lot of fucking shit.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? What's he going to do though? Give me some policy.
Well, I'm not talking about Trump specifically. He might not do shit. He honestly might make shit worse, or shit will just stay the same. I'm just saying, eventually, I think the country, Democrats, Republicans, all fucking people have raised. I feel like America eventually will get better. If that's in 5 years' time, awesome. If it's 10, 20, 30, 40, I think it'll get back to being good.
Hey, I said, I'm glad. I'm actually personally glad that I think this is part of the healing process of what you're saying as a country, because I'm actually glad Trump won this time, because COVID happened. We got a taste of Biden. Trump comes in again, and now he's doing what he's doing. But the political divisiveness is specifically the polarization you're talking about is 100% with the Trump stuff.
Sure.
He's the one that created the heavily polarized environment. So what I'm saying is when he did the COVID thing, a lot of his supporters, and not just his supporters, a lot of just average people said, well, it's not really fair. He didn't really get a fair shot because of COVID. Now he's got a fair shot, just like Biden had a fair shot, and there was no, he had the pandemic was kind of over when he was doing it, and then he had a couple years where it was just no pandemic. Now Trump has a whole country, just like Biden did, basically. He has even more years where there's no pandemic, and there's nothing to blame. There's nothing about the country being shut down, and it's not fair to me. And truthfully, even if it was, let's say Hillary got elected, and her presidency would have been affected the same way. And people would have been pissed, and they would have said, I'm actually positive, Jackson, I'm positive that Hillary was probably going, oh, thank fuck I lost. Because they didn't know that COVID was going to happen. When COVID happened, you're getting blamed. It doesn't matter who's in charge. And I agree with that. And that's why everybody was like, well, whoever's in charge is going to get blamed for that, even though it's not really, so it's like, you're right. Now we got a taste of what Biden was going to do after the pandemic, and with the effects, now we get to see how Trump's going to do it. So hopefully you're right. This does, I think this is a step towards having people, especially on that other side, like the heavy Trump people, will start to kind of see okay, he's not really handling it much different than Biden handled it. And because COVID did mess up the world, and it got everybody's minds. So we just kind of, I think the world and the citizens just kind of needed to see a little taste of both, to see that, okay, nothing really is drastically changing. I think we got a little crazy. The COVID affected the world. We thought it was due to a specific person. We were blaming Biden, then we were blaming Trump, or we were blaming Trump, then we're blaming Biden, and now we're blaming Trump. So it's like, it's not because of anybody specifically. But yeah, I agree. I do think that the world is going to.
I don't want to forget what I'm thinking, but No, I have a pretty good
I mean, I can joke.
country
I can
that
make
will do-
joke. I can make jokes on. I can make jokes now, dude. I mean, back in 2016, 2015, I truly believe
You're gonna make me forget my
that was the
stuff, man.
scariest point of my life with cancel culture, dude. And let me tell you, not a liberal thing. Not a liberal thing. Not at all a liberal thing. And I can tell you from being a creator, I have said stuff where I just made a joke about. I don't know what it was, and it wasn't even like just like calling Trump supporters stupid. It was just like a video or something I made. It was a funny joke that both sides are probably like, oh, you know, that's true. Yeah, he did kind of lie about that. You know, that's kind of hypocritical. Not poking fun at the supporters at all. Somebody actually got salty and reported it. I got it actually reinstated, obviously. But the point is, it's like, that's not a liberal reporting that, because the video was something a liberal, if they were to watch it, would like. So they're not the one. So it's like the whole cancel culture thing was so annoying, dude. It goes both ways. It's just oversensitive people on both sides who want to shut your shit down because they don't. And I don't agree with that on any side. You could be conservative, you could be liberal, but I hated cancel culture. I hated that. That was the worst. So we've moved on from that, though. I've noticed that, I mean, you obviously still can't be, like, overtly racist, and I know you kind of say, oh, I wish we could go back to 2005 and all that, and truthfully, I feel like we are, but just not in the sense that I think society is going to get back to that, just not in the sense where we're not going to go back in time and be like making monkey noises and ape noises. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a little different. But it's going to be a little different. But I think we are going back to a more, and I can tell you that from a creator's perspective of almost, and seeing other creators too get literally canceled and shut down for making a simple joke, and it's not even political. It's just somebody just doesn't like what you're saying, which that's not how society.
Shane, I got something to say. I'm gonna forget it, bro. I've been pondering this for like an hour almost. Like, I got two things to say. What specifically what you were just saying, and then like something I was like talking about like 30 minutes ago, but I had to like hold on to it. What you're saying right now, how I wanted to go back to 2005. I think a lot of people like me, we know history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. It will never ever ever be 2005 again. It won't ever be like that again. People are like, oh, I want it to be the 80s again. It'll never be like that. Ever. It could get similar, rhyme. It could be, there's certain things in 2005 I wish will come back, but, it's just never going to happen. So I think some stuff is going back and some stuff is going backwards in a wrong way. I think some stuff is going backwards in a right way. And I think we're taking 2 steps forward with some stuff and we're taking steps backwards with some stuff. But to get back a little bit, that will tie into everything that we're talking about. I have faith that the country will do good, because I think America does almost everything the best, almost. And the reason why I say that is not necessarily because of policies enacted by presidents in now. I think we are such a short-lived country, and we're doing things that other countries are doing, but they're like much older and they've had much more time to do. Like we've gone through like their history in only like a couple of decades sometimes. Like, these other countries go through these huge like fucking things, and they last for like centuries and all this shit. They've been dealing with it for like their whole history, and it's like sometimes we have this problem and then we solve it kind of fast. I know people think like we didn't solve the treating blacks all like treating them how they should be treated. We've gone 200 300 years, almost, maybe hell, even 400 years of treating them like shit and others like shit. But I don't think anyone gets on, like, we actually did a lot of good stuff. Like, we didn't have slavery as long as, like, others did. We got rid of that shit fast. We were the ones that started, like, the fucking grind to get rid of that kind of stuff, even though we couldn't get it done. England, and we were talking about getting rid of slavery at the same time England was, but England didn't have the same, like, agrarian kind of shit. They didn't have people really pushing back like, no, we need to keep slavery. That's why they were able to get rid of slavery so fast, because they didn't have that pushback like we did with the South. But we were both talking at the same time of, yeah, we need to get rid of this practice. But then people get out like, oh, England's great because they got rid of it first. But it's like, okay, they got rid of it first, but they also were doing it like hundreds and hundreds, possibly even 1,000 years before like we were ever even doing it or even existed. You know, there's other countries that were doing it way before we were doing it, and even way after we were done doing it. Like, I feel like we get over humps pretty fast, man. Like, I think we are kind of like holding our feet with some stuff. We are kind of slowly but surely, I think, getting over some annoying shit. And right now, it's polarizing. Right now, we're having all these issues, but I think we'll I don't know. I think we'll do good, man. I mean, our country does a lot of good stuff. I mean, we get over a lot of hard times. Right now, it's a little weird. People are being a little crazy right now and taking certain parts of politics too serious and
Well, I mean,
talking about
it's
shit that they don't know
right now it's
about, or people lying about stuff on both sides. Like people are like lying on both sides. They say this happened, and
right
you're like,
now is pretty. Right now is pretty bad though, bro. If you're even no, I mean, like
bad.
if you were an American, bro, you'd be extremely concerned about Trump's views towards Russia. That saying Ukraine and Vladimir Zelensky's a dictator, that's insane. Reagan would not support that. So anybody who says he's like Reagan, no, he's not. No, he's not.
That would be kind of annoying to hear if they said he was like
annoying. No, I mean, I'm saying, like, you know, so, you know, not I don't know if you discuss politics with you, but, you know, this is just a little tidbit of information. I'm not sure.
Just to clear up the air, dude. Just because Trump does something bad doesn't mean I'm like one of those Trump people that's gonna like always back him. The only
I'm just letting you know that's.
I didn't. Yeah,
is that not?
Stupid.
That's
I don't like what he says about Russia. It's annoying as fuck. I hate that shit. But I'm just telling you, and I didn't even vote, so like I don't know why I get lumped in with Trump really as much as like.
I'm just saying, if you have people,
I'm just saying
if you know people, and just to help them, well, I'm sure you don't have to tell me who you talk with about it, but I'm just letting you know that if you're not getting that information from certain sources, that it's very concerning. I mean, it's not just annoying.
It's actually really hard for me to convince anyone how little I care or talk
but
about.
You should. I mean, dude, I just find it weird, like, especially with this. This is something that should trigger you to like be involved, because it's like, bro, you talk about Vietnam and America and all this stuff, and America is the greatest country. This dude's literally talking about pretty much selling our country to Russia, turning us into Russia. He's a great man. Wait,
what's wrong with me saying America is the best country?
It is, but then you got our president directly saying Russia's amazing. We need to be more like Russia. That's insane.
Okay, so we have a shit president. It's not like we haven't had a shit president before. We'll get over it just like we've done before. Like,
well, what was the point?
The only reason I look at Trump and I'm just thinking I think he'll do pretty good is just because I saw the alternative. I just don't believe the alternative was better. Now you can say a lot of things of how it was, but it's like, okay, I'm human. I make mistakes, and I didn't even vote because I truly don't believe that either of them were that good. So I don't know why I'm looking at this, like why I'm looked at as like a MAGA crazy motherfucker. Like I just said, like Trump doesn't seem like crazy bad. He could obviously be fucking terrible. He
he's turning out to be.
He could do a lot of fun. Yes, sure. He's doing a lot of dumb shit. Sure, and I'll call him out. I'm not gonna defend him in 4 years if he does a lot of fucking terrible shit. I'm not gonna be like, well, he was actually really good and the alternative was gonna be way. Like, I'll just say, like, yeah, I hate how he's doing that. I hate how he how he talks about certain things, or dude, I'm human. I literally just I think he would be better than the other, but obviously I could be wrong, and I'm probably gonna get proven wrong. It doesn't seem like he's doing the best. Yeah, I think he does some good stuff, maybe. He probably does really shit stuff. Dude, I wake up, I go to work, I come back from work, I play Xbox, I go to sleep, and I repeat. I really just don't talk about this stuff because I'm just living a normal fucking blue-collar life. I work, I make a living, and I'm saving up money so then I can support a family. I'm just doing normal stuff, man. Sure, like, I'll get into politics if stuff's starting to affect me, like if gas is getting crazy, I'll be like, oh my god, like, come on, someone fix this gas shit, like, I'm spending too much money on gas when I could be spending it on fun stuff with my family, or like blah 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 blah. Like, I'm human, dude. I make mistakes, but I'll tell you what, though, I didn't vote for anyone, so it's not like, I'm not part of that. I'm not gonna just agree with Trump just because how much I hate the other side. I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be transparent. I really just don't like the other side. You have to be pretty good at convincing me to think about even joining your side. Like, I just didn't like a lot of. I didn't like a lot of what the supporters were doing, and I don't know. I just didn't think they were that good. So it's like I looked to the other side. I'm like, well, the other side isn't really fucking good either. But these like small, really niche things that I don't know that were on my mind, they aren't doing, or seems like they would do better at. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, I think they'd be okay, but it's like I still didn't think they were good enough to get my vote. I'm still waiting on that person. I'm still waiting on a side and a person to really show me that they're for this country and that they're going to do everything right.
No,
I haven't voted yet.
Bro, I'm
So,
fine with that.
I don't know why you don't care about all this stuff. It's like, I do. I don't want people like killing each other and shit, but
Well,
it's like,
no,
there's
Jackson,
no reason for me to,
Jackson,
there's
I'm
really
just
no
trying-
reason for
I'm
me
just-
to get all butthurt
I'm
about
just-
Ukraine.
I'm not. Well, bro, it's. What do you mean get butthurt about Ukraine? It's.
I'm just saying, like, I shouldn't get like.
No, I'm just saying.
No.
I'm saying. Can you understand the goal of Putin? So just think about. You're into this history stuff. Why does he want Ukraine? It's to build up the Iron Curtain again. He wants to have control over all. That's not good. We can't give Ukraine to. We can't do that. Russia, if they become bigger, they're already a threat. I mean, they can't take us. They can't do stuff. But imagine they have all of Europe. Imagine they take over all of Europe. That's a bad thing for us. Well, Trump and Elon are making money. That's bad. So I understand that. You know, listen, dude. Do you think I was jumping for joy for Kamala? Do you think anybody was jumping joy for Joe Biden? We were pissed, dude. I was literally watching the State of the Union. He was talking perfectly fine, and then he does this other thing a couple months later, and he's something's wrong. We're all sitting there going, what the fuck is going on? That was a problem. We were panicking. That was a legitimate thing. Nobody was excited. Nobody was excited about her, but I'm telling you right now, if it was her, none of this would be happening with Russia and saying Vladimir Zelensky's a dictator. It's like, bro, Reagan, that dude should be fucking. That's treasonous. He's talking about a dictator, and he's saying he's awesome. He's awesome. I mean, they literally went over to Russia, and they're asking Russian citizens. They did an interview, and they're like, what do you think of President Trump? He's very good. He'll be very good to unite the world. Oh, of course you think that. That's so bad. Russian citizens like our president. That's not good. That's not good. That's not a good thing.
I'll tell you what. Russia is scary and has been scary for a long time. But the reason why here's a history thing for you. So back in the day when we were starting to have this beef with Russia, it was the England was big, France was big, Germany was big, and the U.S. was big. It was those four, and not really Germany, because then Germany got split up. So it was pretty much just France, England, and the U.S. kind of versus the Soviet Union on things. And all four of these countries were big. And the Soviet Union was much bigger, with not only production, but with weapons and population. They are severely weakened. Obviously, they're not weakened in technology, because obviously we're in the future now. They have better technology, but they can't wage war the same way they did. And all their failures from the 20th century are showing. All of our allies have been built up. Germany has been built up. Other Western and Central European countries have been built up. Nothing that Russia was owning during the Soviet Union has really built up to the point of them having a crazy good ally. Kazakhstan ain't doing shit. Kyrgyzstan can't do shit. The other stands can't do shit. Ukraine is big. Ukraine would be detrimental to lose. So I'm going to agree with you that part. That's the part where we're going to start syncing up. The Ukraine part is, that's like their biggest thing though. They take Belarus. Belarus ain't going to be shit. Like, they did such a shitty job of actually keeping really good partners when they were the Soviet Union while we built up our friends. So now we have more powerful friends. We only had France and England that could really test the tide with fucking the Soviet Union and actually help us take on the Soviet Union back then, because they were so strong, and we only had two really good allies that could actually even put a dent into their force. Now we have more people on our side. Germany now is like fully on board, and they're part of Western Europe, and they will help us in that kind of shit. We have Spain and Italy who are now actually strong, but back then were fucking weak. Portugal's stronger. we have now the Nordic countries and Scandinavian countries now stronger and also more on our side. Like, I don't really fear Russia in the same way that we should have feared them back then. They're not really the adversary that they were.
No,
now, now Trump does all this buddy with Russia shit, and he starts weakening us and strengthening them and giving them oh my god, holy fuck.
That's what he's like trying to do, though, bro. So, I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you just because you say it's happening. Obviously, I'd have to do my own research. But if it's happening, I'll agree with you. If it's not happening, obviously, but Jackson, I'm not saying you're not gonna find an article that says it's happening. But I'm just saying you got to look at this with.
Yes, I'd have to look it up before I agree with you. I'm not gonna just say okay, that shit's fucked up.
His actions that he's taking, bro. The fact that
I don't know his actions because I'm not inclined in modern politics.
I understand that, but I'm just saying he literally has said, and this is recently, that he's calling a person of a democratic nation who gets the vote there's votes in elections. He's saying that person's a dictator and that Putin is good. That's such a like. I know like you're saying like you're weakening up, but like. By him doing that, it's just a matter of, it's just like with they didn't start this thing. They didn't start it. Just the fact that Trump is saying that is a problem, bro. Like I mean, if you're American and you call yourself American, at this point, bro, it shouldn't. I'm telling you this with like I know how I've talked to you in the past before he said this stuff. I have changed my mind about a lot of this stuff. That's not okay. What he's saying, that on either side of what you're on, he is literally praising Putin. He's talking about having peace talks with Putin without Vladimir Zelensky, without the guy that he invaded his country, and he's having Putin to come to the meetings, and Zelensky's not invited. That a problem? Why is he negotiating with the dictator that invaded the country? Why is and the guy who's in Ukraine's president's not invited? Well, why is that? That's a problem. That's a big problem. So I'm just saying, like, I know you say you don't talk to like people and all that and about all that, but like, dude, like, you know, it's. I'm
just telling you don't have to get like we have to just.
No, I know I get that, but I'm just saying, like, I want you to, in your own way, you can still believe and have your values. You're not saying to change your values, but this is a problem. So if you're ever out working, or if you're I'm just saying if you're out there and after you do your own research, because you will see what I'm talking about is 100% true. You can look up clips of him saying this. I mean, he's literally like, it's not altered, it's not fake. All I'm saying is, I agree. You're saying do your research, look, and you got to look it up. I wholeheartedly want you to do that. In fact, I would encourage, if you have a phone, I don't even use, like I said earlier, I don't use news, bro. I literally use ChatGPT. It's the best thing you can use. Everybody's like, it's AI. It is AI, and it's great because I don't have to look up articles. I don't have to seep through bullshit, fancy, like, you know, headliner pieces and things that aren't just to catch your attention. I ask it a question, it searches the internet, and it pulls from all sources. Conservative news sites, liberal news sites, everywhere, and that gives you the best, most like generalized answer. That has like changed my perspective on stuff. Instead of just getting news from one side or the other, like CNN or Fox or whatever, I don't even get information from any of those. I literally just, like, if I got a question, what's going on in the world today with Trump, I ask it, or whatever you want to know, and it tells you, and it gives you literally an unbiased answer. The people who say it's biased are people that don't like the unbiased answer that they're getting. They're expecting to get an answer, and they don't like that answer. I've even had that happen to me sometimes where I'm like, oh, come on, you know. But it's like, you know what? That's the answer. Like, that is what it's giving you, even if you don't like. I've had it happen to me actually more than once. I've had that happen to me. Not with political stuff either. I've just like asked this stuff like, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. You know, so it's like.
I'll tell you what though about being informed. Being informed is important. Very important, especially if you are getting involved in said topics of what you are trying to get informed about.
I'm just saying, someone like
me who doesn't affect the situation or truly doesn't really like care. It doesn't really matter to me if I do my research on Ukraine, because to me, I don't really care. Now they'll be like, well, when everything goes to shit, and then like whatever the fuck, and it starts affecting you, then you'll wish you gave a fuck. Sure, then I'll be calling my pants down or whatever that saying is. Like, I'm human, dude. I'm just,
though, dude? I mean, but you're sitting here like you're able.
I don't have time to look at all this political stuff, bro. I just live my life. I'm just trying to make money so then I can support the ones I love or do the things I like to do. Like, I like skiing. I want to like make enough money so I can go ski or make enough money so I can buy a home, have enough money to eat. I'm just living life, bro. I don't need to look at Ukraine shit because I'm not an activist. I'm not someone who's going to get into politics.
I'm not saying Ukraine. You have a busy life.
Anything.
You have a busy life. I just told you it's a free app. I'm telling you. It's literally you want to know.
It doesn't matter how easy you make it. You can make it like it can just instantly pops in the head. That's not the point I'm making. I'm not talking about accessibility.
You're not busy to the point where you can't Google a quick thing on your.
You're thinking of it too literally. You're thinking of it too literally.
Dude.
Yes, listen to what I'm saying.
But you can't. It's just weird.
I'm not.
Okay.
I have hours to myself, but I'm not going to use those hours to look up political stuff. I'm going to use those hours for entertainment.
You don't need to spend hours doing it, Jackson.
Oh, you're thinking too literal. I'm just saying my time that I have to myself after work or not doing errands or not cleaning or not doing any of this, I'm going to just spend having fun. Yes, I get it. You can look up like instantly what the fuck.
Jackson, all I'm saying is you're very like opinionated about certain things, and you can, and I get that, and I'm opinionated about certain things. I'm just saying you have to.
I wasn't giving you politics.
No, I'm just saying in the past, bro, you're very opinionated about this stuff. I'm not saying look this up.
Give me an opinion.
I'm not saying look this stuff up to be proven wrong. You'll probably be proven right about a lot of stuff.
I don't care about being proven right, though.
Jackson, I'm just saying it just would open your mind a little bit. It doesn't take hours. It literally probably takes 2 seconds. All you got to do is Google it. All you got to do is ask it. What's going on? Give me a brief synopsis that's 5 seconds. You could not even take a millisecond to read it, and it would give you like just the general stuff. What's going on? Even if you don't want it to be political, what's going on in the world? That's all you got to do.
You open your mind that people don't want. Some people just want to be left alone. Some people don't care about politics. Some people just want to live.
But Jackson, then you speak about like. Well, if
you're talking to me directly about politics, I'm gonna like talk to you back. But I'm not bringing it up.
Okay, but like, bro,
you're talking to me about Ukraine, and then I'm like, oh yeah, like I'll talk about like if. Dude, you're talking to me about it. I'm gonna talk to you back. I'm not gonna be rude and just be like, I don't talk about that like shit. Like I'm gonna converse with you as much as I know. But the reason why my opinion on Ukraine doesn't matter is one, I'm not voicing it to other people, so it's like I'm not trying to change people's minds. I'm not bending the will of other people. I'm not an activist. I'm not going out speaking my weird, fallacies or truths or my weird opinion. Like I'm literally just. You ask me, how do you feel about Ukraine? Well, I wish they would just stop fighting and hopefully whoever's in charge does the right thing. Well, did you know all this? It's like, dude, what? I'm just telling you a simple thing. I don't know much about it. I hope they stop fighting. I hope Russia doesn't get what they want because I don't like Russia. I like the U.S. I hope the U.S. does good. I hope that Russia does bad. I hope people in Ukraine stop dying. There you go. You don't have to tell me anything more because I genuinely don't care about anything more. You don't care about the people? I don't want people to die. I just told you I don't want people to die in Ukraine. Oh, but you're not even learning about the situation. It's like, because I'm just living my life. I live in Western New York, dude. Like, how much of Ukraine do I need to know? I'm living my life. I'm going and working. I'm making money. I'm just living a quiet life, man. I don't need to get all hopped up in all these policies and stuff. Like, yeah, my strong opinion is that I don't have a strong opinion about politics, and like I just want to be left alone. I like to live a quiet life, and is that so bad?
Jackson,
I think more people.
Jackson, I think that's what everybody. I think that's what everybody wants. I think that's.
I think everyone does the opposite because no one fucking hounds a motherfucker for looking too much into politics. I always see people get hounded for not having an opinion on shit. Like some people just want to be left alone and just live their life. And people are like,
I agree.
Oh my god, you don't even care. It's like, what the fuck? I'm just living, bro.
The reason we're talking about any of this, I wouldn't even be talking about any of this, is if people would just leave each other alone. I agree with that, bro. It's the same argument of we want less, like with the one party, we want less We want less government intervention. We want the government not telling us what to do on a federal level, not on a state level. On a state level, the government can tell you what to do with your body. That's completely that you don't want government intervention. State government is government. So that's bullshit, and that's not staying out of. That's not living your own life. That's not living your own.
Wait, why do you just assign me something that I don't believe in? What are you saying? I want like what the government like?
I am just saying like you because you say like because you agree with like. You say you don't do politics, you don't agree with it, but you say, I think these policies will really help the country. If you don't know anything about it, how can the policy help the country? I mean, you literally have said, like, you have talked in other parties. You have literally, I'm not mad, Jax. I'm just trying to understand the mindset here. You've said you're not.
If you let me talk
okay, but you've said you're not. You just did say your piece. I was just listening to you. I'm just wondering what the mindset is there, because you're saying you're not interested in stuff, but then you speak on policies that are affecting millions of people, and you say, yeah, good. I'm glad it's making the country better. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad.
Opinion do I have though?
I'm just saying, Jackson. You know what I'm talking about. Everything, every far right thing, every dumbass thing that he's done so far that's done absolutely nothing to help the country.
Just give me one thing that I've said that's really like, hey, if you're not
okay, Jackson. Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens? Do you understand? Do you understand that deportation is good, but mass deportation, like he's doing to create headlines so you see it on Fox News, is not good? That's not good. You understand that? Listen, when prices go up because Americans don't want to do the fucking labor, because let me tell you, Jackson, do you want to get down on your hands and knees and pick dirt and get cabbage and brush it off? Have you seen those videos of the immigrants going in and they walk behind this loader thing? That's what they're doing, hours all day. Americans want to do that? Do they want to do that? No, that's degrading work to them. So guess what? They end up finding Americans to do it, or they pay more expensive for machines. And yeah, everything's done in America, but guess what happens to the cabbage prices now? Everything goes up. Deportation on the right level is a good thing. Doing mass deportations, and I've already seen Republican governors in the South say it's a clown show. What he's doing is it's to.
Well, you want to hear my piece on it though? You want to hear what I think about that stuff? I don't think we wouldn't even need a mass deportation if we just kept our borders secure and we didn't just let any random motherfucker in. You know, we wouldn't need any of that. My mic just got out of your mic. What?
No, I
just silent. Oh, okay. Like it was like usually I can like hear like something from your mic, but then it was like super silent or whatever. But
I understand that, dude. But I'm just saying, you say not letting people in, but like.
You just can't let any random person come in.
Do you understand that like
I get what will happen
it's the hypocrisy of these people saying, yeah, get them out of here. But then right after they're getting them out of here, they're cutting a hole in the fence and saying, come back over. They don't want them actually gone. It's a clown show. They have these farmers. They're literally interviewing farmers down there. They're interviewing them. You know what they're saying? They're literally like, yeah, this is gonna hurt us. This is half our workforce. We've tried to get Americans. I literally watched one where the guy said, I've tried to get Americans to do the work. I've tried to. They want extremely high pay, which is not going to happen. And the other thing I found out that was interesting, Jackson, just so you know this, a lot of these immigrants that are getting deported aren't necessarily crossing the border illegally, like they're just cutting a hole in the fence or climbing it. They're not doing that.
Or they're flying in,
no, and they're not just flying in, Jackson. That's the point. That's why you have to be more educated about this stuff. A lot of these immigrants that are getting deported are people who are literally going through the legal process of getting their visas, and they came here legally, but they're getting deported because America makes it so goddamn hard to get your fucking visa. So Trump's saying, you're gone because he's such a fucking dumb shit moron that he doesn't understand that, don't get rid of people that are literally in the process of they're here legally, but they're in the process of getting their papers, and you're sending them back home. I was literally watching. There was a thing in Florida. They're talking to these people. They're like, yeah, there's a farm right down the road where it's a visa program that they literally hire them to come over. That's being affected. They're literally kicking those workers out too. I mean, it's like that's a problem. So like when you say, oh, they're deporting stuff, and you hear big headlines of Trump is fixing the border. Oh, that sounds nice. Is he really?
I literally only have
fixing the border?
I have one statement on this. You're thinking I'm like talking about this super specifically. All I'm saying is this is literally the only statement I care about talking about when it comes to a topic like immigration. Okay, because I don't research a lot about immigration. I don't know what they're doing or who they're getting rid of or what the fuck's happening. I'm just telling you a pure fact. You just can't let any random person
But we're
come
not.
in. Now, how much?
Listen, that though, Jackson.
How much is that? How much is that actually happening? Probably a little.
Who's
or maybe
letting
more than
who's
I
letting
think.
random people in though? Who I mean, where are you? Who? I'm
Well,
just want to
listen,
know who's letting
I'm
random.
saying what you guys and other people are saying. Everyone's starting to freak out about like, oh, these people are coming in and all this shit and all this fucking. Well, what's your stance? I'm like, I don't know what's happening because one, I don't research and I don't really get affected by it because I live in fucking Western New York. But all I'm saying is to this, since I don't know a lot about this topic, you really just shouldn't let any random person into the country. Oh, so what the fuck? So you're okay with Trump people? I'm like, I don't know anything. What's happening?
I'm
just
not
telling
saying
you,
that.
If you have
I'm not saying you're okay with Trump deport. Because of that. I'm just saying.
Just let me speak my piece. That pisses me off more.
But you keep stating it. You keep saying that. Well, letting random people in. I'm not saying you're a Trump supporter because you're saying that. I'm saying.
Just think about why.
I'm saying you're no. I'm saying no. But what I'm saying.
Any random motherfucker in there.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
That,
I don't care
Jackson,
anymore about this topic.
What,
sure, he's fucking up. Sure.
I understand that, but when I get that. But yet you have to be a little more like, you know.
Do I have to be more educated
about the subject?
Really
yeah, you do. I mean, dude, that's a serious.
I'm not talking about it though. But I don't care about it. I can't care about everything. I'm not a fucking saint. I'm not an angel.
Okay, so
like,
so should Canada? Should Canada start cracking down on Americans coming to Canada? Should they just be in isolation?
Canadians should do Canada first. Like Canadians should do things that are best for their country.
So kick all of us out. Kick all of the Americans out. Boot them out.
If that's best for their country, that's what they can do. They're not us. We can't make other people do what we want to do. If Canada wants to kick out America,
that's what we're doing now. We're doing that right now. We're doing that right now. So I'm saying,
if Canada kicks out US, then go ahead. Like that's what they choose to do. I don't give a fuck about Canada. I don't live in Canada.
Okay. Yeah,
I could really care less what happens in Canada.
I'm just trying to help you. Like this is your future.
No. It would be scary, Shane, if people who thought like me, but then actually went out and tried to make change. Sure, I don't care about what's happening in Canada. Like you think I have a dangerous how is it dangerous? I keep it insular. Like it stays within me. I don't talk to other people, but I don't tell other people they should believe this or go on the internet and be like, don't give a fuck about Canada. I don't give a fuck about Canada and you shouldn't either. That's dangerous. What? You're saying no, it's insulting how you say my shit's dangerous. Like, oh, you should care about everything. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a fucking angel, dude. I can't care and be a beaconing of light and positive.
Nobody's saying that. I'm not saying you have to be.
Well, then just let me not care about stuff. I don't have to care about everything. Because you don't care about everything.
I didn't say you had to care about everything.
Okay, so don't say I have a dangerous look on life when I say don't give a fuck about Canada. I don't give a fuck about Canada. I didn't say just like how you don't give a fuck about Uzbekistan. You don't give a fuck about Uzbekistan. I don't know what's happening in Uzbekistan because I don't give a fuck. Come on, dude. Like, I don't have to care about everything.
I never said you had a dangerous viewpoint, bro. You're saying that.
No, you're saying that's dangerous. What are you saying is dangerous that I'm saying?
I'm saying it's dangerous to go through life and to just you're fine to live your life and to be busy. But
what's going to happen to me that's so dangerous because I view it this way?
It's not. You know what, Jackson? That's fine, bro. I if you want to go by the view of until it affects me and my family, good. That's fine, bro. I'm not going to argue with you about it anymore. When something seriously happens to your family, that's
you don't have to be an activist, dude.
I'm not saying you don't have to be an activist, Jackson.
Just let me live in peace.
Okay. Let you live in peace. strap your bootstraps up, don't rely on the government, and if you get, and if
I'm not
something
trying to rely on the government.
and
I'm
if-
just trying to make enough
and if
money
something
at a job to
and
provide for myself.
if something happens to you and your family, maybe that'll be a wake-up call. I mean, I obviously can't, just convince, I'm not, you're getting the wrong message on what I'm.
Well, of course it will, because it will start affecting the people I care about.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm human, dude. I'm a flawed person. I'm a
All
normal
right,
person.
so
I'm
dude,
not
so
like
you're
a-
so you're
I'm
saying,
not
okay,
God.
so
I
here's
cannot-
here's an example.
I'll love everyone
Here's an
equally.
example. What if something tragically happens? Somebody in your family's killed because of a medical something that's passed. They can't get a surgery.
I'll be pissed.
You're gonna be pissed. But you could have done something preemptively, but you'd rather wait until it just kills somebody that you know, and then say, "Wow, I guess that affected me." Do you not see what I'm like?
Sure,
Like
I guess,
that's
sure, I guess I
that's
can-
silly,
I can
Jackson.
protest-
That's
I can
very silly.
protest,
You don't have to be an
yeah,
activist. That's not being an activist. It's just called being a
Well, what can
decent,
one person
just
do?
a nor.
What
That's
can
what's
one
called being a
person do,
normal human being, Jackson. It's not called being an activist.
What can I do though?
Caring
Well, what
about
can I do?
things in the world and just like you can't do everything. I can't do everything. It's just called I just don't understand like this like closed off. You just want to like close off your mindset to like certain aspects and this and that, and it's like that's fine.
I'm trying
bro.
to be isolation. I'm trying to be
Again, that's
isolationist,
fine.
bro. I'm just
Not
trying
a
to-
smart mind, not a great mindset, but you'll learn. I'm just
That's
trying to
up
look
to
out
that's
for
see,
you.
but that's your opinion though, because you want to be involved with all this stuff. Some people just want to be left alone, dude. I don't care what's happening in the world. I'm just trying to make enough money so my future wife or my future kids can fucking have shelter and water and food and have a good life and have fun and we can go skiing. Like I'm just trying to simply live, dude. I don't need to
Okay.
care about all this stuff. Now you're saying like you're trying to think as if I'm like cold, like people are dying and like I really just don't give a fuck. Sure, like I don't want people to like die in Ukraine. Like I would love for them to just stop fighting and people die. I don't like people die. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not evil. But like, oh, but here's stuff you can do. It's like, well, I'm not doing it. Like, sure, I'm not doing anything. Sure, that makes me hypocritical. I don't want them to die. Well, here's a way to fix it. Well, it's like, I got my own thing going on. Yeah, sure, fine, I'm a hypocrite. I'm human though. I'm not gonna fucking just be an activist. I can sleep, I work, I gotta do errands, I gotta like provide for family or all this. I'm busy. I got stuff going on. I can't just like be all up in these political things. And it's not interesting to me. Like what's happening in Israel and Palestine isn't interesting to me. Because I don't know enough about. I don't know about Israel. I don't know Israel that well. I don't really know anything about
Jackson,
Jewish
that's
people.
fine.
I don't know much about.
I'm not
Muslims.
talking
I don't
about the
know anything
foreign
about
stuff. I'm talking about.
Just let me not care about stuff. It doesn't make me an evil person, and it's not a bad mindset.
I'm just.
Not.
It's not. It's not a bad mindset, but. You
But
know,
you were saying it was.
Well, no, but that you have a lot of then you're going to be going through life doing a lot of what you're doing, saying, "Oh, well, I made this decision. Oh, I guess. Oh shit, I guess that's wrong. I guess I was wrong." You know, I wouldn't want to keep going through life doing that. I mean, it's like you can still enjoy life and live it exactly how you want to live it, and just be a inch of just. I'm not even saying you're not educated. You think I'm saying you're stupid? I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to say like. All of this, even if it doesn't, you may not think it affects you directly. It again doesn't mean you have to. Do you think I'm talking about this with you right now? But I'm not thinking about this shit all day. I'm not talking about this all day. I wake up, I watch my.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about.
You know.
I don't want to talk about it ever though. Like I don't care
I
about
know,
this
but
stuff.
Jackson, like I get it. We're not children anymore. We're not children. You're going to be 26
Yes,
years
we're
old.
adults.
26.
So
So you have to know that some of this stuff you have to know about. You don't get to live in La La Land and pretend like you're a kid forever.
What do you mean La La Land, dude? I'm just saying.
That
What's La La about?
Because we're
sleeping,
adult.
driving to work?
We're adults, bro. Like even I was just talking to my dad about this same concept, and he says some people are just very busy. I understand this. I get what you're saying, and this is actually perfect that you're talking to me about this.
Some people don't give a fuck.
He was having this conversation with me, but she still understands and like looks at issues and sees stuff, you know what I mean? Like she's not just completely saying, well, I don't have time for it, so I'm not even going to think about it at all. You know, that's different than that. There's people that, and this woman has kids that she's taking care of. You don't have kids you're taking care of, Jack. And she has 4 kids. She's a single mom. She's taking care. She is still even just doesn't think about it at all, really. But when things are happening, she does realize that some of these things have an effect on her day-to-day life.
Are you actually trying to? Are you trying to tell? Are you trying to like tell me as if I don't know policies and what's happening in the world can't affect? Like, what are you talking about?
I know you know that. I know you know that. I'm just trying to say that there's. I'm saying that there's other people.
My life, but just let
that's
me,
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's other people that are busier than you, and they can still have a concept of what, and they don't just ignore everything. Yeah. I mean, that's fine to have that mindset, but like to say there's nothing wrong with that mindset. When you're 26 years old, bro, when we're the future of this country, yeah, there is a little. I mean, I'm okay if you want to have that mindset, but the problem is that you're not the only person that has that mindset. So when I get angry,
and you're not the only person that has your mindset. So a lot of people are going to do things to make this country better and be really involved and really proactive about all this la-di-da lame shit. And there'll be people like me who just want to live in the woods and fuck off and ski once in a while and fucking hunt and just literally be away from society and cities and all that lame shit. Like, some of us just want to be left alone, and some people want to be all over the place and be proactive. Sure, it's gonna balance itself out, dude.
Dude, like, I just love how you like. I love how like you say about the being left alone thing, but like. Who am
I just constantly getting on about politics?
Bro, I'm not saying that, but like, do you not see the hypocrisy when you say I just want to be left alone? Millions of women just want to be left alone. Trans people just want to be left alone. Women want to be left alone, but you see that that's a problem. You think that's a good direction that society's taking. That's
so
weird.
What have I said though?
Because no, but it's just your ideas of like, oh, it's good that he's taking away all this rights. They shouldn't do this. They shouldn't do that. And then you say, I just want to be left alone. Okay, Jackson, then leave them the fuck up. No. You're not. I'm hearing
it. They bring it up. I don't bring up gays.
Who's bringing it up? Who's bringing it up? Nobody's bringing it up.
The fucking
No. I'm saying in general.
I don't talk about faggot gross shit. I think what they do is fucking gross. Why would I bring up their gross shit? You literally know I'm trans fucking phobic. Why would I bring up shit I don't fucking like, dude? Jesus, you know I don't like trans shit. You know I think trans people are fucking weird and gross and mentally ill. Why would I bring that shit up? Every time I see a trans person, I don't go, ew, what the fuck, dude? Get the fuck away from me. I've never done that ever. I keep it to myself. I keep my bad thought to myself. Yes, fine, I shouldn't hate trans... I don't hate trans people. I just think what they do is disgusting. I don't, like, hate them and think they're lesser of people. I just think what they do is fucking gross. Fine.
That's
cool.
fine, Jackson, but you literally are like in support of these policies that aren't just.
I don't know what policies are being done. I'm being left alone.
God,
I don't know policies that are happening.
Jesus, when I was talking about the abortion stuff and all this other stuff, you're oh, this is great. This is great. This is great. This is amazing. America's headed in the right direction. And now it's like you don't want to talk about it, and you don't. I don't know. I just want to be left alone. I just want to be left alone now.
People are talking about like some people are like less talking about sex and like gay shit. I mean, I would love for that shit to happen. I hate hearing about sex and shit.
If you want to be left alone, then I don't even know where you're hearing about this all the time. You're hearing about this all the time. Then put earplugs in, dog. Then put fucking earplugs in. People are not coming up to you going, yeah, trans this, trans that. They're just not. They're not. You are overly exaggerating the shit out of this. They're not.
But why don't they put in earplugs though? Why do I gotta put in earplugs?
So Jackson, put in fucking earplugs, Dad, because you get so fucking upset about it. Nobody else, then put earplugs in. Where are you going? Where are you going? Just tell me where you're going. Not the 3 examples that you've given me. Why it's made you uncomfortable. You give me more than a couple examples of everywhere you walk in society, somebody's coming up to you and they're shoving gay stuff down your throat and they're shoving gay. No, they're not. They're not.
Oh, you want me to give you an example?
You've given me examples. I don't want to hear the 4 examples you gave me.
Then. You don't like the reality of what I told you?
Jackson, those are 4. Oh my God, you're talking about the camp and the 4 examples. How about now? Do you go around? Are you getting stuff shoved in your face now? How about now? Stop talking about the old example.
Yeah.
I get that.
Because I'm shutting myself away from all you guys. Because I literally go home, sleep, drive to work, drive home from work.
And I'm asking you, when you go to work, are they all up in your face about it? Are they all?
Because this is a fucking single person job. I'm in the cab by myself, thankfully, so I don't have to hear about this shit.
Okay, Jackson, I agree, and you can have that mindset. What I'm saying is that you can have your thing and feel the way you want to feel.
Alright, well,
But
don't
you're
make me be a bad person by saying it, because that's what you're doing. You're taking like a self-right. You're putting yourself on a golden pedestal.
No, I'm not. You're not understanding the
You're
difference.
trying to make my viewpoints look as if they're evil or like.
Are
I'm
you
gonna be
even
the
listening
detriment
to
of
me?
society.
Are you even listening
You're
to me?
saying
You can have your viewpoints all you want.
That's a bad mindset.
You have your
That's a
viewpoints. You have your viewpoints all you want. When the president is enforcing these viewpoints on everyone else, that's not okay. So fuck right off.
I don't want him to. I don't want.
He is doing that, and
you.
you've literally said before, this is great. I'm glad he's doing this. I'm happy he's doing this. You've literally told me.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Jackson, when I've brought up stuff about gender stuff, I've got it on video, dog. Like, we've literally talked about this.
Yeah,
like,
okay, so when we're talking about the gender stuff, say if he's getting rid of the gender stuff, sure, I'll claim it again. Like, sure, I like it if he takes away that shit, because I don't like hearing that shit.
Okay, Jackson, but nobody's doing it. Nobody's saying it in your face 24/7. And listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. I'm okay if he takes away from people because I don't like it. I don't like it. That's not okay.
Yeah,
that is hypocrite. That is wrong. That is wrong. Not how you're thinking. You are welcome to think how you want to think. It's wrong to sit here and say, I just want to be left alone. I don't want people telling me what to do, but I want to tell other people what to do because it's gross and I like that. That's not okay. That's not okay.
I just want them to stop talking about that shit.
And they're not, Jackson. They're not.
If they do that shit in their own sanctity of their own home, and I don't
Jackson,
I'd
love it. You know what? Let's you, me, and Alex all go out to like some place in Rochester, someplace. Let's hang out and do something sometime. We'll go out and do something. Or next time you're down, when you go down Colorado. Because that's what you're saying. Because you're using a couple examples. You're using examples.
That's what I've seen. That's what I've seen, dude. I'm a fucking person. I only get so many fucking interactions.
And when did that happen? When was that happening? How much?
Into people who talk about that stuff.
How much was it happening?
Right in front of me.
And how much was it happening?
Anytime I was around that person, they fucking talked about it constantly.
And did you ever think to just maybe kindly say, I don't want to talk about that? You're not being bigoted. You're not being bigoted.
You really have, and I got victimized for it. I don't like hearing about that stuff, and it doesn't need to just be trans or gay stuff. I don't like hearing, like, when you and Alex say, like, some weird sexual remark, even if it's hetero, dude, that stuff is, like, the way, like, you might cringe when someone says, like, the N-word is the same way I cringe when you say some weird sexual shit, like, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass, or, like, you have that thing with the N-word. You think it's cringy, it's like, it's beneath you, it's like, dude, oh my god, we did that in middle school. That's the same way I feel when you guys say some weird sexual shit. It's preference. Hey, you don't like it when people say the N-word. Okay? And I don't like it when people say weird sexual shit. Yes, I'm a hetero guy. I like chicks. I like boobs. I like tits. I like vagina. But I know my limits with that kind of stuff. I'm talking about it. And I don't do PDA if I'm with a woman. I don't fucking talk about it in front of other people. I don't tell people, like, oh yeah, so I just tried this with her. Like, I don't do that. I don't flaunt fucking sexual conquests or whatever like other dudes do. I keep that shit to myself. I don't know. I think it's trashy when someone says, like, yeah, dude, I just fucked the shit out of my chick. We just tried it. It's like, ew, dude, ew, what the fuck? No, stop bringing that shit up. Obviously, I'm hetero, and if I looked at this girl and she was, like, attractive, I'd be thinking about it, I'd be like, okay, well, it's like, yeah, like, okay, I like that, like, I'm hetero, like, I would do the same stuff, but I think it's gross how you're bringing it up in public. That's so weird. Like, we're eating lunch right now at fucking Wendy's, and you're talking about, like, anally doing, like, dude, it's gross. Like, and even, it's hetero shit, which is what I like. So then when it's gay shit, which is something I don't like, because I don't like guys like that, I don't like wiener, so it's something that I think is gross to say in public, and it's something I just think is gross. So it's like, okay, I really don't like that. And then the trans stuff I really don't like. I think it's weird and kind of gross. So then when people bring that up, I'm like, yeah, stop talking about it. Obviously, I don't like, we shouldn't just go around being the Gestapo, fucking stopping people for being who they are. I just wish people would just...
I just want you to understand that that's what people want. I know that you don't want that.
Trump doing that. I don't want Trump to do the Gestapo, just fucking like, but you can't be gay or trans anymore. But it's like, I just wish, like, I wish it was 2005 kind of in a way where trans people just weren't talking about that stuff, because I think it's gross. Like, it's just... And if you want it to be fair, then let's be fair. if you gotta get rid of trans stuff, you gotta get rid of gay and lesbian stuff too. Okay, and if you're also getting rid of that stuff, you gotta get rid of people being so sexualized with straight stuff. I am all down for it. I think fucking all these girls and dudes posting all these weird... Dude, the way our society is so sexualized is gross. It's so nasty. These girls are just showing off all their shit, and dudes are sending unsolicited shit all the time, or... If they're not doing that, awesome. If whatever media once in a while I come across is lying and it's saying it's not doing that, awesome. Fuck yeah, then I've been lied to, and I'm just believing in a fucking fallacy. Awesome. But I'm just telling you, if it is happening, I don't want that to be happening. I just don't want people to be so sexual. And it's happening to a point, Shane. People are so much more comfortable talking about sex and all that kind of, that realm of talk. It is happening. I don't need to look up the news or talk to 1,000 different sources to know that's happening.
I know, dude.
I
understand that. I agree with the mindset of just. I think everybody should just. I'm just saying.
Keep it to yourself. If you're gay, fine.
Okay.
I think it's weird, but just go do it on your own time.
Yeah, but like.
I don't fucking want to hear about it.
To get into the other thing about, not just that, but with the women stuff, it's like, bro, you talk about not wanting to tell people what to do, but like. And the whole entire, whether you want to identify as a Republican or not, the whole Republican identity, and I agree with this mindset 100%. Less government intervention, with less government telling you, not necessarily, and I think people misunderstand it, not necessarily social programs. We mean less government intervention in terms of telling us what to do and making us, do a certain thing or live a certain way. The government shouldn't be able to tell us that. By definition, you can say, well, it's up to the states. States are government. They're not federal, but they're government. So you're okay with federal, you don't want federal government telling you what to do, but you're okay with a local state government saying, you can't do this in our state. That's beyond, that doesn't even make sense. Whether you support the stuff with the women and stuff.
I don't even know what you're talking about, state or federal or whatever the fuck, or what's
talking about women's rights, bro, that are eroding. That you seem to think what do you mean, what rights, bro? Are you kidding me?
Well, they can. I don't know. They can buy land. They can.
You talk about. I'm saying you talk about states. You talk about. Yeah, dude.
They can work, buy property, vote. What am I missing? If there is something, let me know. What are they missing? What are they truly missing? So I can tell my mom and grandma to start fighting. What are they missing? I know we disagree on the abortion. So you believe that's right? I don't believe that's right. There, that's argument is settled. I don't want to go into that. You believe that they should have a right to that? I think that's what you're getting at, the right to their own body or whatever. I don't believe it's their whole body. I believe it's another one. But we don't need to get into specifics about that. So you believe that's a right that they don't have? I don't believe that even is a right. So we can get past that. But even if they do legalize that kind of stuff, it's I'll tell you why my hypocrisies aren't a big deal. Sure, I say just leave me alone, but then it's it would be nice if people thought the way I did. It would be nice. There we go. There's the hypocrisy. But the reason why my hypocrisy isn't bad is because I'm not trying to enforce it. I'm really sure, it would be awesome if people stopped talking like that. Well, are you doing anything? Are you doing
anything? Jackson, they actively are silencing. You can say you don't believe abortion's a right. They're silencing. That's silencing people. Do you agree?
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, Jackson, but that's my point is that
you can't. Don't tell me what fucking douchebags are doing to fucking these people, and then say it's your fault because you also agreed with it. What?
Jackson, that's
my hypocrisies don't mean. My hypocrisies aren't. You're not letting me talk, dude. You are so why do you do that, dude?
I'm not. I'm just saying when you stand up for something and you just. I'm saying you can think that way. You can feel that way. You can have that fundamental value. I agree.
Don't get on my hypocrisies because I'm not forcing anyone to do anything.
But Jackson, but they are. You're not. But they are.
You're saying
but they are. But they are.
Anything that comes
you don't believe it's a right. You don't believe it's a right. That's fine. But others do. So the whole idea of you saying, let me have my opinion, you have your opinion. I guess that doesn't apply in these states, right?
You're being an activist for it. Other people like you are actually actively
Jackson,
fighting
because
for
they
your
were,
side.
it was
I'm not
there, it
fighting
was
for my
fine.
side.
It was, Jackson, if it was always illegal in these states, then that'd be a different story. It was fine up until Trump said, no, you're not going to do that. Up to the states. We're going to just abolish this law that's been in place. No, it was a law. And it was before you were even fucking in your dad's nutsack. It was a fucking law, and it was a thing that was put in place. So that you know that you know nothing about, Jackson. Like literally, like you can agree and you can say I don't agree with it, but they are pushing on other people.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I know nothing about it? Sure, I don't know like the policies in which they've been doing.
Jackson, because it's affecting people and people are dying. Because it doesn't even. There's no exception. There's no exception. There's
all the bad takes in the world.
There's no exception. There's no exceptions for rape victims or anybody. So when you say
you're not letting me speak, bro. Like that is worse than any hot take I've ever had. Is just silencing the other side. You'll never know how people truly feel because you're not letting me talk.
Jackson, you already said that's your belief. You can tell me that all you want. I am agreeing.
This is gonna be done in like 30 seconds. Listen to this part. This is my opinion. The reason why my opinion isn't bad, even if it was the bad side, is because I'm not fighting for it. I am pro-life.
So your hands are free.
I believe
your hands are free from the blood. Okay.
Yes, it is, because I'm not fucking doing anything about it. So you believe that we shouldn't be able to... Well, I really wish you guys wouldn't have abortions, because in my opinion, you're killing kids. Well, so wait, I can't have an abortion? It's like, well, I'm not doing anything to stop you from doing it. If you fight and protest and boycott it or do whatever the fuck that you need to do to have your side win, go ahead. Like,
Jackson, why was it taken away in the first place?
I don't know why. I'm just telling you I don't like abortion.
Okay, but guess what? There is a million other people. There's other
untouchable.
Jackson, that doesn't make that it does. You don't get to just like walk away from like this. Like it's not. You can have an opinion, but Jackson, they're actively affecting other people.
That's them. You're saying them, not me. I'm not doing shit.
But it's how you talk about it. Well, if they just protest, and they can get it back, and they get their rights back. They shouldn't have had them taken away to begin with, Jackson. They shouldn't have had them taken away to begin with. They shouldn't have had him be taken away to begin with.
What do you want me to do when someone asks me what I feel about abortion?
Okay, but that's fine, Jackson. You feel that way, but I want you to know. I want you to know that your viewpoint
is good.
No, it's extremely hypocritical. Just the whole thing.
Who cares about a fucking hypocrisy when it doesn't affect anyone?
Oh, it doesn't affect anyone, Jackson. That is the most ignorant statement. It doesn't affect anyone.
What? Okay. No. I don't care what other people are doing. What is me? You tell me right now. You tell me. How do you feel about abortion? I don't really like it. I'd prefer people didn't have abortions. I believe
that's
that
fine.
It is killing
and stop it right there. You can prefer. But guess what, Jackson? They're not. I'm saying your side and your conservative, the mindset, your party that you're in support of, that they're gonna have
a side. I'm literally told you
Jackson, if you're pro-life, Jackson, if you're pro-life, you're Republican. It's as simple as that.
What are you talking about?
Pro-life, you're Republican. If you're pro, that's what they are. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You can't just say that's fine that you are, but you don't get to say I'm.
I literally, Shane.
It's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. How was that a bad thing?
We can literally play games and Xbox all you want, but I'm just telling you right now. I'm going to tell you how I feel right now. It hurts me so deeply how you just fucking put yourself in this situation of just, what are you calling me right now? You're this, you're that, your opinion's bad. Dude, what the fuck is so wrong with me just living my life and having an opinion? I believe that it's just, I don't think it's that
Jackson,
good. Well,
other people hearing me.
Oh my god, you stop people from talking all the time. That is your worst fucking trait. I'll try to fix myself, sure. I have XYZ, ADBs, I have fucking 20 fucking things wrong with me, but I'll tell you your fucking fault. You have one giant motherfucking fault, and that is not letting the other side speak the fucking truth, dude. Every time I'm trying to tell you how I truly feel, and then you're like, well, then your side or this. I'm like, no, you didn't even listen to me. That is your biggest fault.
Jackson,
Sure,
I
I'm
heard what
racist.
you
I have
said. I heard what you
But
said, but
you're
then
not getting it,
every
but you're
time
not
I try to
processing it.
say,
It's not coming across
every
the
time
way
I
it should.
every time I try to say, but when I compare it, you get angry when I compare the fact that
Because
you're
you're
saying I
fucking
want to be.
demonizing my side. 'Cause you're
I'm not
like,
demonizing you. You want to be left alone. I agree with that mindset.
You're saying
But
I'm
what
a
is
Republican
what is
and you're
going
saying I'm
on?
fucking part of
What is
pro-life.
going on right now is not leaving people alone. You can have your mindset. That's
I'm
the
not
only
doing
point.
anything.
Jackson, you're
You're
not
acting as
not
if I'm
doing
acting
anything.
it. I'm
You're
not-
not doing anything, but I'm saying,
Well, I don't hurt anyone. How does nothing hurt anyone?
Jackson, it's
What?
the side, it's the mindset. Things are happening.
I think-
Things are happening. You may not be doing anything, but what I'm saying is that it's wrong. You should be
Well,
able
if
to
I,
just
change, if I change my mind to your side, then
you
I'd
don't
be doing
have
the
to,
same thing in
Jackson.
your
Just
opinion.
leave people the fuck alone and stop saying
I
it's
never
good. It's
talk to anyone about abortion.
saying
Literally.
it's
What do you
good.
mean?
No, but saying it's like good that like laws are passed and this and that. And I
What
think that's
laws?
that's
What
great.
laws? I don't know any laws. I fucking tell you, I don't know shit about politics. I just tell you my
Well, okay,
opinion.
let's end it here though, dude. If you don't because you don't seem to really like. Here's my question.
You're not
Why-
getting my side.
No, I get your side.
That's what
But if
pisses me
you,
off.
but if you're,
That's
if
the
you're-
only reason why I'm angry. I don't care about policies
if you're,
and politics.
no, here's what I'm wondering.
You're
And
just
I said the
insulting
same
me.
thing. No, I'm not insulting you. I've said the same
'Cause
thing.
you're-
I've said the same
I'm
thing to my
telling you-
mother.
I'm
I've said
telling
the
you,
same
hey,
thing
you
to
can
my
come at
mother, who
me.
talks the same way and believes in the same stuff, and it's very difficult to speak with her. Why not? If you don't like the policies here, if you don't like, you have your way of life and your mindset, that's totally fine. Why are you still in New York? Why are you still here? This is a liberal state. Move down south. Tell your mother, father, move down south. Why do you guys live here? If it's so awful, why do you live in New York? Leave. It's not that hard.
I could
Leave.
tell you, though,
Go
that
right
for
now.
sure,
Leave. And don't go down to Colorado. Don't go down to California. Go down to Texas. Go down to deep red states. Go live.
Yeah,
Go live where there's
Bible.
Bible verses on every billboard saying "Thou shalt not kill children." Go live down there. That's fine.
Oh,
you
okay, I
want
can
to?
give you an answer.
Then go. Okay,
can
give me
give-
your answer. Go live down there. Why?
can
You know.
give you an answer.
And when if you have that mindset, when you do, because the whole mindset is strap yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't take advantage of Medicaid because that's a liberal pussy policy. You're not going to take advantage of that, right? You wouldn't dare get health insurance from the government and then cry and bitch and moan and cry wolf about the Democrats, right? You wouldn't dare
I
do
actually
that,
have 2
right?
points on this. I can actually tell you the reasons for both of these with fucking healthcare and why I'm still. Well, I was living in Colorado for a long time. I know, liberal state or whatever. I was working at Copper. I got her, and so then me fucking living in New York is me living with family and fucking rehabilitating my knee while still making some money and saving up money while staying with my parents. I don't want to stay with my parents forever. I'm trying to get out of here. They want me to get out. I want to get out. This ain't my final fucking home. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move somewhere. I'm not gonna stay here forever. And this area isn't good for what I want to do. I want to work in the ski industry, and ski industries are only really good for money out west. You can't really make a good living out here on the East Coast. So even if I really wanted to, I can't actually live here in the long term to find my job that will actually support my future family. So I do need to go out somewhere west. And where out west I would be good, I guess. And if I was gonna pick fucking with political wise of why I would go, it's like Montana would be kind of nice. It is right leaning, which you think is like up my alley. So I guess I'd go to like Montana. There's not a lot of people there, and they are more religious and they are pro-life, I think, up there. So Montana would be nice. I just gotta save up a little bit more money and find a good resort that fits me, and then sure, maybe I can end up there. That'd be fucking awesome. I'm not trying to go to fucking California. I'm not trying to go to Oregon or Portland or whatever the fuck. So I'll try. I'm trying. It's not like I want to be here forever. So that's my answer for the living. And then the medical thing, I have a huge disdain for doctors just because of personal reasons of past injuries or having sicknesses where I go to doctors and they don't fix me or whatever. And my patience is fucking completely thin with doctors. Like, doctors have just not done right by me, and I have a very big stigma towards doctors. So I'm trying to not just like, if it was up to me, I would never go to the doctors ever again. And that might be my downfall. I might get really sick one day, and people are like, hey, you need to go to the doctor. And I'm like, I'm so stubborn about hating the doctors and not wanting to go, that it might cost me down the line. And yeah, I guess that's dumb, but I don't know, man. Like, I think I think of politics too much. I don't really think about it at all. I would never really move a place thinking about the political landscape, or when I'm thinking about medical care. Yeah, sure. Like, I hate how expensive shit is. I'm still in debt from my fucking medical bills. Like, it sucks. I know, but like, I'm just shitty things. I just live through. I just persevere. I push through them. I just live. You know. I like. You asked me for a stance. It's not really a stance on policies or persons or political affiliation. It's just like a simple, like, do you think that is okay, or do you think that would be okay? I'd be like, sure, but I'm ignorant. Like, call me out. Like, I know I'm ignorant of what's happening in the world and policies and shit. I don't actually know what the fuck's happening. That's why I don't advocate. That's why I don't try to convince people of the other side, or I'm telling, like, I don't do any of that. I just say, like, okay, and when it comes to the pro-life stuff, it's like, I'm not pro-life in the sense that I'm, like, going to pro-life fucking things, or, like, whatever they're enacting or whatever. I am a part of it. I'm just saying, like, do you think abortion is good? I don't necessarily think it's that good. I think, like, it's killing a kid. Well, would you like it if, like, there were policies in which people couldn't do that? I just wish people wouldn't have to do that. It would be nice if, like, society-wise, women would only get pregnant by the people that they were going to be with long term. That would be nice.
Hey,
I'm about to finish. It would be nice if no one did abortions or whatever.
Real quick about the abortion thing. I'm just saying, dude. You say that you say that it's, you know, you feel a certain way, and I get that, but there could be a time. There could very much be a time where you're with your future wife or something. Whether or not you believe in it for religious reasons, there are religious people, and there are people who are pro-life. Guess what? Believe it or not, who have had to have abortions. There are medical reasons but here's what I'm saying, Jackson. Just let me finish. There's medical stuff. So what if because a lot of these states, when they get rid of it, there are no exceptions. There should be. And I'd say, okay, maybe if they just made it a little more restricted, I could agree with that. People shouldn't just be getting abortions just because. I think there should be exceptions. I think there should be more stricter restrictions. But guess what? None of these states and none of these stupid hillbillies do that. They get rid of everything. You're raped. There's incest. Who cares?
Yeah,
you're having the kid. You're having the kid. And Montana and all these places that are so great, they have these laws. So guess what? When you go down, so when you're there, imagine you have a wife. Something happens. She has a medical some emergency. I'm trying to think of the term of it, but hey, here's a term. She's having a miscarriage. What do you think happens when a woman has a miscarriage? Let me tell you. What do you think happen? What do you think is happening when a woman is going through a miscarriage? When she's going through a miscarriage, she has to get sometimes. I'm just saying she has to sometimes get. She has to. I'm listening. I'm gonna let you talk. Sometimes, so she could. A lot of the times, the baby is still alive. It's not fully dead, so they have to do an abortion. And sometimes it's late term, and if it's a medical issue, sometimes that has to happen. So what happens if you don't get the abortion? What happens if you don't remove the fetus? And they just said, you know what, push it out normally. Push it out. No, I'm not saying that you are. I'm just giving you perspective. This is how they think. Push it out normally. Push it out normally. She can't do that. She goes into sepsis. She fucking dies on your fucking in your arms, sweating, dying. I wish I could have gotten the help I needed, but these stupid fucking dumbass officials who want to shove their fucking views and politics down everybody's goddamn throats are the reason I'm dying right now. Then it would affect you. Then it would affect you, and you go, my love of my life is dead. Oh, Joe Biden. You know, what are you gonna do? It's like you blame them. You've villainized liberals, bro. You have that's why I have a hard time talking with you, because you don't see it as both sides. You've literally made it clear that. It's all pedophiles on the liberal side. Where the fuck do you get that information? Fox News, bro. You have said that. You have said there's more pedophiles on that side. I tell you about Matt Gaetz. I give you names. I give you names of several hundreds of people. It's both sides. Well, it's mostly the other side. It's mostly the other side. No, it's not, Jackson.
Oh, you want me to defend myself?
It's, no, you're not going to defend yourself on that because there's pedophiles on both sides. It's not the liberal, devil worshiping everything. Usually, it's like, and then you say I don't watch Fox, but it's like, bro, that's right wing media. Villainizing the other side, not wanting people to work together. They're evil. They're ruining society.
I'm getting attacked for things that aren't even true. Why am I getting attacked for
Jackson,
things
that
don't even apply to me?
That is true. You've said that to me. I'm not attacking
Well,
you.
let me tell you, because I don't lie about my fucking stances. I'm not ashamed of who I am and what I believe in. So I'm going to tell you what. I'm against abortion, but am I against it all? I can understand if a woman's life is in danger because of it, I think that's okay. If a woman is raped, can she get rid of the kid? I believe you can, actually, because my fucking philosophy on this and my truth is, like, when two people consent to sex, they're signing an invisible contract saying, if I'm doing this, I could get pregnant. Like, this act is the act of having kids. Sex is for making babies. It's not for other stuff. It's for having babies. So when you get into having sex, you're signing an invisible contract saying, I'm doing this knowing I could possibly have a kid. When a woman's raped, she didn't sign that. She didn't consent. She's like, no, like, I know sex makes babies, but, like, this guy's, like, taking advantage of me. Like, I don't want this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm all for her getting rid of the baby for, like, when the guy raped her. Yeah, because she didn't consent to having that. Like, it's not her fault she had a baby because she didn't play off a fucking rapist. Like,
I agree that I know what you're saying, Jackson, but... And I'm not saying you're causing this.
I get it. Republicans are going for it all, and you're on that side, so this is it.
Jackson, but they are. But you say that's nice, but there's people dying because they don't allow exceptions. You may say, well, this is what I believe.
Okay,
I think there should be exceptions. Well, guess what? There are no exceptions.
Stop putting me on the Republican side. I'm not a Republican then, because they keep going too far. I'm in the middle. I like on both sides. There's stuff like you want.
Okay, but I'm just saying you realize this is what we've. This is what. This is what we put into place.
I'm not a fucking Republican.
But you keep saying, bro, like you talk about how great Trump's first 4 years were, even though they were shit. It's like, bro, like it.
Did I say they were great, or just say my life was like it was good because I wasn't.
And they had nothing to.
I didn't notice any bad things.
They had nothing to do. But I'm just saying that, dude, he kicked that off. I'm not saying you voted for him, but
what was the other thing you said that I had to defend myself on?
He kicked that off, though. He kicked the abortion thing off, where he's doing that because he's got to appease the nut jobs, and that's the problem. So, like, you may not agree and you may be in the middle, but guess what? There's no middle party. And I know not in a million years you'd never vote for a liberal or a Democrat, but guess what, dude? They weren't gonna take away the rights from people. You can disagree. It's always been a fundamental disagreed upon right, but it was there to protect people for this exact reason, because there are people that take it too far, and he got rid of that protection. That's what I'm trying to have you understand. I'm not saying you're a Republican. I'm saying that I agree with you. I'm in the middle too. I am about that. I think majority of Americans are, but they don't realize when you put somebody as a big of a fucking moron as Donald J. Trump into the fucking office, when you do that, he will do there's been no other president has done that. And the pro-life people are like, we love you. You're not pro-life because women are dying who are going into sepsis. Are you pro-life then? If a mother dies because she gets sepsis from the miscarriage, she can't get removed.
I don't want mothers.
But no, would you consider that pro-life? I'm not. I'm asking you. Stop. I'm just talking with you. I'm asking you. Is that pro-life in your eyes? If the mother dies because she can't get the fetus removed, if the mother dies, is that pro-life? I'm asking you. I'm not saying that you agree. I'm just asking you. You're saying you're pro-life. So these people who are saying, the pro-life people who love Trump and say, he's the best pro-life president ever, the people saying that are not pro-life then, you're agreeing. They're not pro-life if they're okay with mothers dying and people dying and little girls who are raped dying or getting or whatever from giving birth to their uncle cousin fucked them and got them pregnant. You're saying that if they die and complications happen to the people that are actually giving birth, I'm not saying you're saying this, but to the people who say we're pro-life, but look the other way when the
I'm
mothers die?
not, so I'm not pro-life and I'm not pro-choice. I just have my own unique stance. Dude.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
There we go.
No, but you are pro-life. No, you're pro-life if you can care about the mothers. I'm saying these other people are not pro-life. I don't even like that term when people say pro. I don't even like people that say pro-life. I don't even like people saying pro-life. It's like you're pro-life. You're letting mothers die. You're not pro-life. You're not. That's not pro-life. Actually, pro-life is thinking and being in the middle and saying they're like how we're thinking. That's pro-life. That's pro-life.
Right, I'll stop calling you a liberal. Just stop calling me a fucking Republican.
Well, I'm not, but I'm just saying.
I'm not on the right.
Well, I'm just saying, bro. But you gotta understand that, like, you know, yeah. If you can agree that they're taking shit too far, I'm just saying that. Then there needs to be a better. There needs to be.
I don't like that. That's why I don't talk about it.
I know, but I'm just saying, bro. There's, you know.
I'll tell you.
And when I said, you know, seriously, move. I'm not saying you got to move down to some other different Republican state. I'm just saying that I'm saying it sarcastically too, because you say that, but when you move down to these places that got rid of all,
they're not as good as I thought they were going to be.
They're not. And no, it's not even just radical, dude. It's like, I mean, shit, Jackson. No offense, but like, I mean, when I first met you, I thought you were black because you're very Italian. You have very dark skin, dude. You would be discriminated against down south. They'd say if you're not pale skin, hillbilly white, they are going to judge you. Like that is literally, you could say I'm Italian, I'm not black. They'd say you're what? They don't care about that.
I don't really care about that though, because that doesn't really mean anything to me. Because even up in the north, in New York, people were calling me black and Mexican all the time, doing the same racist shit that they would do in the South. So it doesn't really.
It'd be worse down there, bro.
Sure, it'd be worse, but I don't know. I don't care about that. Like, I just think it's kind of funny. I think it is funny when New Yorkers think I'm Mexican, because it's like, then I guess you really haven't met a Mexican before, because like when I'm standing next to a Mexican, I really don't look like that.
No, but
like, we look pretty different. Sicilians do not look the same as Mexicans. Sure, we have like the same olive skin, but I don't know, dude. That stuff doesn't bother. I don't care about that stuff, but I get how other people like me would get bothered by that. So
I'm just saying the other thing is the states are not that. They're not
that different.
No, but there's people. I'm telling you right now, Jackson. People love upstate New York. People down south who want to move.
New York is a great place.
People down south who want to have a more country, but in the middle mindset, like how we're thinking. They want to live here. They want to live here. There's people that are sick of the crazy shit down south. They're where they have mindsets where they're like, yeah, we're not liberal, we're not really Republican, we don't really support this crazy shit, but we don't really want. Then they go, oh, upstate New York, that's great, because you really don't get a lot. I mean, yeah, you see some Trump flags and stuff up here, but it's not a very radicalized area. The government is not radicalized to where our local town governments are not up Trump's ass or up some other, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, and I've seen a lot of these southern places. Dude, you go down south, they literally have like Bible quotes on fucking billboards. Like it's the Bible Belt. I mean, it's ridiculous. And just like and they're like the most hateful people. This shit pisses me off. It's like how can you be about the Bible?
Well, I mean, you're talking to the wrong person about the South. I'm never moving to the South. I don't even care about any of that shit. Like, I'm not moving to the South for the simple fact they don't have snow. Like, my whole life is centered around the ski industry. This is the career path that I am taking. So, nah, dude, the South sucks for ski resorts and non-existent.
And the other thing, bro, you want to know. You want to know your ski resort that you got and all the stuff that you go to, like where you go skiing, bro.
A lot.
No, what I'm saying is. Do you think that that's all privately funded? Do you think that those ski resorts are privately funded by millionaires and people just paying to maintain them? A lot of taxes go into maintaining these resorts and keeping them up. Just like when people complain about the fishing game and how there's too many regulations. Do you know why?
What does this mean?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just talking. You know, like the fishing regulate, because we're talking about down south. People love it because you don't pay anything. But it's like, bro. When people like, I thought this was hilarious. In Florida, my grandparents have a place down there. It's so funny. When I was visiting them one time, ad on TV comes on and says, hey, listen, our roads are shit. They didn't say this, but it's like they basically said, hey, listen, our roads are shit. Everything's falling apart. There's potholes everywhere. And since nobody has to pay any taxes, we can't get anything fixed. So listen, I've come up with this idea to, if everyone just pools in a little bit of their money, you're describing taxes. They're literally they're describing taxes. So it's like, the taxes are not bad. I'm not saying that it's just like with the whole government waste thing, what they're talking about. It's like, how big of an idiot can you actually be to really think that Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, gives a shit about making it affordable for us to have more money in our pockets? Do you really think that's why he wants access to the national treasury? Do you really think that's why he wants that?
I don't know shit about Elon Musk.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He wants access to the national treasury because he wants to get info on his competitors so he can literally be a monopoly person and run everything and destroy his competitors. He does not give a shit about America.
Well, you know what we'd have to do when we, you know what we'd have to do? It'd almost be, we'd be fucking, this is the part where fucking history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. We've already done this before during the fucking Howard Taft years back in like the late 1900s, late 1910s. They were doing trust busting for those big tycoons, man, like the Rockefellers and the JP Morgans and all those guys, the steel companies and stuff. Yeah, forming monopolies and stuff. We'd have to do more trust busting, and then, like, bro, that was not a good time. Yeah, that was a lot of poor people during those times. A lot of poverty and depression. Dude, I see. Here's the thing. I don't know a lot about the modern stuff, but I think my knowledge of history saves me a little bit. Obviously, I still need to. If I really wanted to get into it, I would have to do research, but. You know me, man. I'm a very stubborn person. I'm a flawed, very stubborn, sinful person. I'm selfish in the sense I only care about my immediate family around me. And, like, sure, policies happen and affect people all around. And it would be nice in a world where people were, you know, not being treated like shit or going through all that shit or paying too much taxes, blah, blah, blah. But I truly only notice it when it happens to my family, and truly only care when it happens to my family. Is that a bad thing? Sure. Should more people think like that? No, that wouldn't be that good. If the whole world thought like me, there wouldn't be a world. And if everyone thought like you, there wouldn't be a world. And if everyone thought like Alex, there wouldn't be a world. So you gotta have diversity in thought and diversity in caring and all that kind of stuff. As long as I'm not being proactive and spreading this kind of stuff that is so-called bad, like, I don't think it's that bad. Like, I'm not spreading my ideas. And
no,
that's the difference.
Fine. All I was trying to do was point the picture between. As long as you're not identifying as a Republican, I'm just saying, you can't say, I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm saying that they're doing this. They're claiming...
Sure, people who think similar to me, who are actually being proactive and changing laws are being mad, but it's not me.
Would you say you're a constitutionalist? Like, would you say that, like...
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Well, I mean, would you say that you, like, respect, like, because that's how, like, Republicans claim. I'm not saying you're Republican.
Oh, are you asking me if I like the amendments or something?
No,
like that?
I'm just saying, like, in general, the whole idea. I'm not saying you're Republican, but the whole idea and the mindset there is, we don't want government interfering with our lives, but at the same time, they're okay with state governments dictating the laws of that state. That's a local government telling its citizens of that state, this is what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. That's government telling you what to do. So I'm not saying, when I'm saying this to you, I'm not saying because you feel this way. I'm just saying that that's the mess that we're in. Because they want, like, they want less government intervention, but only if it benefits them, so they can move it to their state and have state control. That's not freedom to the people. Freedom to the people would be, like you're saying, everybody needs a diverse opinion. You may not agree with abortion, and that's fine. People didn't agree before, even when it was legal to get. But guess what? The other side was still available to do it if they wanted to. You can agree it's wrong, but that doesn't mean that you have to put the rights of women into these states' hands. That's all that I'm trying to say.
That's what other people are doing, not me.
I'm not saying you're doing that, Jackson. I'm just saying that is what's happening. So it's
okay,
like
well,
that's
that doesn't affect me though, because it's not me.
I'm just saying though, when you say, oh yeah, if you really want to live in a society where everybody minds their own business, abortion would be legal. Women would have more rights in these areas.
then go ahead. I'm just saying I don't like it because that's personally what I would do.
That's fine. That's fine. And you felt that way. And you felt that way before. And you felt that way. And guess what? I'm just gonna ask you this, Jackson. Before any of this Trump stuff and Roe v. Wade, did you even really know what Roe v. Wade was, or were you even thinking about it? I don't think you were even really thinking about it.
I didn't give a shit about it. I still don't know what the
Jackson,
fuck Roe v. Wade is. I don't know what that shit is.
It was the law protecting abortion. I'm just saying. What I'm trying to tell you is what I'm trying to tell you. That listen. When they, if you're talking about, being. Again, just like minding your own business, like that's not minding your own. Like I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying like.
What do I have to do to truly?
No, I'm just saying that in general, that's what the word. No, you can have an opinion, but I'm saying.
Oh, that's all I have. All I have is an opinion. I'm not actually forcing anyone to do anything.
Unfortunately, in our world, it's not. Unfortunately, people don't just stay to their opinions. They have to.
How am I not leaving people alone though? Just by
you are. But I'm saying that the general mindset, that's fine. But you are very rare in that instance of thinking, "Wow, I just feel this." That's a very, very, very rare mindset. Not bad, but rare. So yes, the rest of the people that have the mindset are bad. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because they're pushing their agenda on other people. You're not pushing it, but everyone else with the same mindset as you are pushing it. The mindset that you have of leave everyone alone. They
have a different mindset because their mindset is not leaving people alone, and they're also too aggressive and shit. A lot of those motherfuckers say that it's never fucking okay. Like what the fuck is that dude's name? Charlie Kirk or whatever. He says like there is absolutely no reason. Like, and I'm pretty sure he's like a Christian Republican, whatever, dude. He like says like no fucking reason. And if people say, oh, you're like him, I'm gonna be like, no, I just said like if a woman's health is in danger, like if a woman's gonna fucking die or sepsis or all that fucking bullshit, save the fucking mom, or she's raped or whatever. Like, no, get rid. Like that kid shouldn't even have a chance. Well, now it has a chance to live. It's like, well, it honestly fucking shouldn't have, because like she didn't even consent to fucking having it. Now, if two fucking 20-year-olds are being dumb as fuck and they both consent to sex and they have a kid, in my opinion, you should fucking keep that kid. Now, if fucking abortion is like, go ahead. Like, if abortion's actually the law of the land, then go ahead. Like, I'm not enforcing you to do anything. In my personal opinion, I think you guys should just fucking like have the kid and fucking, you had sex. In my opinion, you signed an invisible contract. I believe you should keep the kid. But if you don't, because abortion's legal in the land, then have an abortion. I'm not forcing anyone to just.
I really like that you're.
You really want to disagree with me. You're trying to find. There's nothing to disagree with me.
I'm just saying, Jackson. Like you could be in a very similar situation. Like you're like just saying that statement of, well, if you. So what? Who cares if you're fooling? It's like, bro. Not every instance. Okay, but that's you. You know that. But there's not a lot. There's not a lot.
Really trying to find an argument. I'm just. There's nothing to say about that. There's absolutely nothing to say. Yeah, Jackson, but there's no but, dude. What are you saying but to? I'm saying they shouldn't do that. But what happened if you did it? It's like, and I would raise the kid, and if I didn't, I'd be a hypocrite. Jackson.
Yeah, but that's...
Come on, there's no argument to what I just said, because it's not an argumentative thing. I'm just telling you.
If they can't provide for the fucking kid, what life is that for the kid?
And you should have been fucking and being dumb about it. Like, that's what I think.
So
but if
let
the law
the kid
of the land is
suffer,
you can't have an abortion, then go ahead.
Let the kid suffer. In
oh my God, being poor. Like, there's so many fucking poor people that still live good lives. What the fuck?
My God, Jackson, Jesus. So just have a bunch of poor, oh my God, bro. That's such a weird. I have this poor piece of shit fucking life. Whatever. There's a lot of poor people. Fuck it. As long as they have the kid. They shouldn't have had a kid if they weren't fooling.
I know.
It's like
there's poor people that have good lives.
That's like, fine, Jackson. But to just like be like, oh, well, that's fine. Shouldn't have had a kid. They can be poor and miserable and be struggling every day of their lives. Shouldn't have had a kid. I don't know. Black and white. That's such a like a weird like that's fine, but like dude, you get wait till you're in that situation. No, I'm saying wait till you're in that situation. I'm just
I wouldn't put myself in that situation because I don't have sex with random women.
Okay, but
Oh,
that's
but
you.
that's just you. Yes, it is. It is just me. Because I have my own views and I don't force my views on anyone fucking else because I'm fucking insular. I keep it to myself. I'm fucking isolationist. I don't fucking force my opinions on other people. I believe that they shouldn't have sex. What happens if they do? Well, then they fucking choose what they do with it. I don't give a fuck. I think having an abortion is not the best thing that you should fucking do. Well, then you're trying to stop it from that. I'm not stopping anyone. I'm just saying I think it's fucking... Like, dude, can't you have an opinion without being a fucking demon? Jesus fuck,
You
I
can
just
have an
said...
opinion, I'm just saying, bro.
Oh, let me have it! You're saying but. It's fucking bullshit. Anything that comes after but is fucking bullshit.
That's
Stop
not-
saying that.
I'm not
Stop
saying
but.
to contradict you. I'm just giving an example of other people, bro. It doesn't mean I'm talking about you.
Okay, I believe if they have sex, they're signing an invisible contract because, in my opinion, sex is for making babies. And if you're being dumb... you're being dumb. You shouldn't have been having sex. That now you gotta raise a kid. That's you gotta take responsibility. Well, we're poor. It's like then why were you fucking around when you're poor?
Wait a minute. Jackson.
Alright, argue on an opinion again. Go ahead.
No.
You are an argumentative person.
You've
It's
had
crazy.
sex multiple times. You've had girlfriends. You didn't have a kid with either
I-
of them.
and
Why
I
didn't
am-
you have a kid with them? If sex is just for making babies, why didn't you have a kid with them? Why did you just have sex for fun?
Why as a teenager I was doing dumb shit? I have hypocrisy. Why do you're trying to you think I argue the same way other faggots
Jackson,
in the world argue. I am
just
other
saying,
faggots
bro.
saying
Like,
hypocrisies and shit.
I'm just
I
saying,
made
bro. Like,
mistakes.
but
Yes,
you
I've
literally
had
have
sex
said
with
like
people
multiple
before,
times. You're
yes.
saying they shouldn't even have it because it's strictly for babies. But like you've
Oh, so
probably
but,
had
I
it
can never
more.
change, but you can never have a change of heart. Yes. Alright,
my
so
God.
yes,
Jackson, what it's like?
yes,
Oh my
I
God,
had
you
sex.
do. So everyone else should get the same opportunities that you get, Jackson. That you get for
It's
yourself.
so hard
You're
to
not
argue when I
You're
don't
not.
get it all out.
Oh
I
wait
can't
a
argue
minute.
with
Wait
you.
a minute. You're not perfect. You are. You're right. You're not
Yes,
perfect.
I'm not perfect. I fucking had sex before, unprotected too. Yes. Oh, so then you were signing the invisible contract. Yes, there we go. I shouldn't have been doing that. Now, what do I do now with this new, because this way of thinking for me is actually new. I didn't think this back then. Back then, I didn't even have really an opinion about this. But my opinion right now is you're signing a invisible contract, and if you have sex and you get her pregnant, then you have to raise that kid. That is my opinion. So I would have to do that to not be a hypocrite. And when was the last time I had sex? The last time I had sex was before I had this opinion. I don't have sex with women now until I'm finding the right one. I'm trying to find the right one. I'm not going on dating sites and fucking hooking up with random women. I'm trying to find the one. I'm trying to go about it the traditional way. So there's nothing right now about me being hypocritical. But yes, was I hypocritical in the past of, did I have unprotected sex? Yes. But I haven't had the chance to be hypocritical in choosing to raise a kid or not because I've never gotten a chick pregnant. I've never had to have that fucking talk or whatever. So would I back then have gotten rid of the kid? Probably. I could have been a bigger hypocrite. I could have gotten a chick pregnant back then and then been a hypocrite and wanted to get rid of the kid back then. Sure. Yes, I don't fight. I don't argue the same way other faggots our age fucking argue. I'm not a fucking weirdo like that. Everyone tries to be so self-righteous and they're pitch perfect all the fucking time. I have my fucking faults. Yes, I've been hypocritical. I've had fucking unprotected sex. But now, as an older person, I believe you shouldn't really have sex until you believe you're gonna have the kid. Yes, I get it. Now, should I just stop everyone from fucking? What? That's impossible. And that's just dumb. People are going to do what they want to do. They're going to have sex and they're going to do all that shit. I just think if you're just being dumb about it, it's like, why kill the kid when you were just being dumb about it? So now a kid has to die because you were just fucking around. I think that's just, I don't know, I just think that's dumb. But if if a woman's life's in danger, yes, don't kill the moms that saved the kid.
Yeah, but
fucking getting raped and
what are
shit.
you saying though, Jackson? That people can't have protected sex for pleasure? It's very obviously not just.
You
for
can
making
have
babies.
you can have protected sex and you can have unprotected sex. I'm just saying if you fuck up, I believe you should raise a kid. Now, am I going to enforce that? No. So, am I actually damaging anyone? No, because I would be damaging people if I said this, and it also was actively trying to stop motherfuckers from doing it.
Okay. I know. I'm just saying.
You
I'm
really
not saying
wanna
I
argue
want
with
that to
me. It's
happen
so
to you,
weird.
but what if you're what if you're doing protection and the condom
Then
breaks
I'd
or
have to
something?
raise the kid, and then I'd be fucking fucked like
So
Mark
you have to
Gilbert.
raise the kid because the condom broke because of a manufacturing error. That's not your problem.
But you know what you're doing, Shane. Though when you have sex,
Jackson,
you
not
know
if
what
you're
sex
putting
is
on
for.
protection and you're thinking you're protected. That's a completely different story. You're not going in raw. That's a much different story.
Oh yeah, because we all know condoms are like the most like, dude, like you know a
But if
condom
it
can't break. You
does,
also,
I'm saying in that unique situation, that's not something that you were irresponsible. That's actually the opposite of that definition.
that's called mitigating risk. You're mitigating the risk of pregnancy by having a condom, but you still know there's the possibility of pregnancy because having sex, is the way to have a baby. So anytime you have sex, doesn't matter how protected you think you are, you still know that if you fuck up, like you fucking have a kid. Like, I don't know, dude. I'm not trying to stop anyone. Like, if people want to go have abortions, fucking go do it. I just think it's icky. I just don't like it. Like, can I ever just think something is lame? Like, without, I don't have to force anyone to do anything. Like, if people think it's lame and they're forcing people to think their way, then yeah, fuck those people. But like, can I just like never think something is not good? Like, I don't think it's good to have an abortion. Like, I just don't think it's good. Like. That's called having a real opinion. That's an opinion. Just saying,
Nah, bro, I get it. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that are dying.
Well, are you trying to stop people from doing this? No, I just wish they wouldn't. But the world doesn't revolve around me, and the world does not do what I think is right.
Do you think I don't think that like I would think I'd rather like I like traditional stuff. I'm just saying that I can like. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just not being able to put it into words. I'm not saying that you're not like your way of thinking is not wrong. I'm just saying that because of that way of thinking, that's why we've gotten to the point of having these people who are too extreme. Basically, what I'm saying.
The way of thinking that's actually detrimental is acting on these and trying to force people to believe the way you believe about any topic. It's not about specifically what your stance is on the topic. It's about forcing your will on others, which is what I don't. Oh, it's your way of thinking. No, it's their way of thinking I believe this way and other people should too. I'm going to force
if you
them.
don't support
that's the wrong way to go about it.
Well,
but just me believing in no abortion isn't bad, but me trying to force my will on others.
To do, bro, the conversations that we're having, if you ever just having a conversation, not that you bring this stuff up, but if it ever comes up where you're talking and it happens to come up, all I'm asking for you is to just be open, conversing like you are with me, because you're being more open than you were before. All you got to do is just that's the conversations that everyone's got to have. It's not two sides.
I am open. I know, but
I'm just saying you weren't as open as some other times we were talking. It was very like, and I think that was a while ago. It was several months ago, but I think I think you've like seen stuff, and you're able to acknowledge that things aren't getting exactly better, and I think I think a lot of people are starting to kind of but all I'm saying is like just go through life with that mindset. Don't go through life with the mind, because I'm telling you, dude, I have cousins who literally have a fuck your feelings flag outside their little dinky trailer, and that's his life. That is the biggest thing to him, that he's got this flag outside that says F your feelings. And he thinks the other side's evil, and it's like, I'm just saying, go through, what I want you to do is just go through life, and truthfully, don't just tell me this, truthfully, if you have conversations with people where you don't, because like, I've never once just demonized one side, but like, when I start talking to people like how I talked to you a couple weeks ago about this, and you're saying, and you demonize the entire other side of the thing, saying it's mostly pedophiles over there, not really on our side. We're the good side, It's like,
I can give you a stance on that.
Yeah, you're not saying that now, but you did, and I'm just saying, don't go through life being like that, because it's very. Because listen, I've never once been like, because I'm strong about my opinions, but I've never once like been like that extreme. Like, I'm still willing.
You're getting the wrong. You're not getting the all part wrong. You're getting of all I was talking about. You're thinking I said all liberals are pedophiles. What I was saying is anyone who believes that this thing that we were talking about, like fucking.
No, bro, that's not what we were talking about. I was talking about like Harvey Weinstein and stuff with like kids, and you're like, well, probably, you know, it's mostly on that side with the pedophilia. And we were talking about pedophilia, bro. I'm just saying, like, and I get that that's like.
Oh no! Anytime I say that word, I know what I'm talking about. I was talking about like when they were talking about like gay stuff in front of kids. Like anyone who does that, anyone. I'm gonna say it again. Like I'll rehash it so you don't think I'm gonna backtrack on any statements I said prior. I'm telling you like what I said. Everyone who brings up sexual kind of stuff, hetero, gay, trans, any of that kind of stuff. If you're talking to sex to like prepubescent people, that's pedophilia. Anyone that, and who do I think usually does that more often? I believe the left does that more often. I don't really see too many instances. Now I could research and find more. Who knows? That Republicans of doing that. Republicans do their own kind of thing though. It's not really the sex stuff. They definitely get kids like involved with other shit that
it's sex stuff, bro. It is definitely sex stuff. If Matt Gaetz is the biggest fuck, he's literally a pedophile.
But tons of liberals talk about gay, trans, and like sex stuff in front of kids.
Jackson. That's a different. That's not pedophilia. That's the other.
I just believe it is though.
No, but that's not the definition. You don't like it and it's yucky to you, but that's
talking to school about like.
Jackson, I've been to schools. Nobody's talking unless you're a sex ed teacher. Nobody's shoving that down your throat. I mean, it's unless you're going to some weird private school and some really liberal.
Actually, I have the perfect thing. Do not let me fall off this. I know this is the only reason why this conversation between you and me will never be resolved. And the reason is how is this? What was I just saying? I believe, what the fuck? No, I'm about to lose it. No. Oh my god. Hold up. What the fuck? The reason. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know. But fucking, I don't know, the reason why it'll never get solved is you just believe that stuff to be okay, and I believe
Jackson,
it's just not
but that's
necessary.
not the definition of pedophilia.
No, I'm not talking about pedophilia. I was talking about like.
Okay, but now we're talking about this. But we were just talking about pedophilia.
Well, I believe talking to kids about sex. That's not like when I was 12 and 13. They showed us a video and talked to us about like. So obviously you guys are boys. Jackson, and, like,
even if they were to talk, even if they were to talk to you about which I'm not agreeing with, even if they were to talk to you about that, that's not pedophilia.
I think normal sex
Jackson, it's only pedophilia. I can pull up the definition of what pedophilia is, because I mean the definition of pedophilia is not that.
Well, I think kids just learning about gay and trans and learning about sexual stuff other than just like the normal reproductive like sex ed shit is gross. Oh, hold up, I gotta talk on the radio, my bad. I got a couple more passes on Milky Way and then I'm gonna start the loop. Okay, I don't know if he's gonna talk to me again or respond to that. Hope there's no one going to talk on the radio. What the hell? See, this is always like, oh, there we go. Is Travis going to answer? Come on, bro. Answer the question so that I can...
Yeah, bro, I'll give you the definition. Discussing sex education, including topics like consent, relationships, and yes, sometimes gender identity, is about helping kids understand their bodies and healthy relationships. It doesn't mean that the people teaching it or those learning it have any inappropriate intent. Pedophilia is defined as an adult's sexual attraction to prepubescent children. This is a serious and harmful condition that involves adults or or older individuals having sexual desires towards children who are not capable of consent. Teaching kids about gender identity and sexual health is not related to pedophilia. These lessons are intended to help young people understand themselves and others in
I believe some
an
of that stuff is not
age-appropriate, respectful
necessary. Most
manner.
of the talk-
Discussing
I don't think it's age-
transgender
I don't
people,
think
for
it's age
example, is about
appropriate.
fostering understanding and empathy, not about promoting harmful behavior. If you're, yeah,
I don't think it's been age. I don't think it's been age appropriate though. That's where we'll disagree. And I don't believe some of it is even necessary. I believe you already know my stance on this. We don't need to get into crazy detail. I just believe gender identity is not even real. Like you kind of already know when you were young. I believe that it just comes down to that easy shit of just like I have a penis and you have a vagina. Like we know what we are. That's all you need for identity. I believe that that's as far as you go. Like so, I believe that shit's unnecessary. And then and then we talk about like how old they have to be. Like I believe they should be way older to learn about a lot of this stuff. I think we won't really agree. We just got to agree to disagree that the way that they're going about it and what they're even teaching or how they teach it or how young they teach it. We're not going to agree that it's the right way.
No, I mean I agree. I agree, bro. But I'm also I know you're saying you don't.
You're a big advocate for that.
Jackson, I just don't like. I know,
stuff.
like you're
I'm
just
not.
so
It's
like
just-
into like the. I know you constantly try to tell me like you're not this, you're not that, you don't watch this, you don't watch that, but it's like, bro, you don't develop. Like a lot of the stuff you're saying just doesn't like. It's not. I'm not liberal. I don't think kids should be learning about sex, but it's just like what you talk about. You have to
Yes,
realize.
I get it. They say it on Fox News, faggot shit. I don't.
They
give a fuck.
do though, Jackson. Like word for word.
Yes, I know.
bro.
I know
Like,
they do. I know
mean,
they
it's-
do, but I don't watch them. I don't give a fuck.
That's
you wanna know-
fine,
you
but
keep-
bro,
you
I
keep
mean,
bringing, you keep bringing this up about why, like, I say the stuff that's similar to Fox News is because here's a shocker: you talk about stuff that your circle. Like my family's Republican, and my immediate family, like my mother and my father and my brother, they don't watch Fox News. But we also talk to like our extended family, like grandparents and uncles, who possibly do. And yeah, I agree with some of their statements, but some of their statements I don't. So sure, like it seems like I'm regurgitating Fox News shit is because I have a big Fox News family. I don't watch Fox News, and my immediate family doesn't watch Fox News. But my extended family, sure, they're a bunch of fucking Trump nutcases. And like no one in my family other than my like cousin Dylan, who is homosexual, he likes the left. That's like the only person in my family I know who's Democrat is my cousin Dylan or whatever. That's yeah, of course I'm gonna say shit that sounds fucking Fox News, dude. But I don't watch Fox News,
It's
dude,
fucking
and I know Fox News
dangerous,
says a
bro.
lot of dumb
They
shit.
literally lost. This isn't even a political thing. They lost a court case where they had to say, "We are not a news station. We are an entertainment channel. If people watch us and believe what we say about anybody, political or otherwise, they are fools." They literally
And then
said,
my family is a bunch of fucking my extended family are a bunch of fucking retards. They are.
"Hey, I got people too that are big Fox people. It's ridiculous."
Everyone's got fucking family members in their family that are just dumb as fuck. I don't gotta claim them like what. I don't know. I don't have to claim everyone. in my
My
family.
dad tries to claim. Like, he tries to like explain. I'm like, you don't got to explain. I'm like, they're not bad people. I still love them, but it's fucking weird. Like,
I don't have to claim like all the really L takes of my family. Like them watching fucking like propaganda machines like Fox News, or if they were gonna watch the left versions of propaganda machines, like I'd look at them the same way I do now. Like I don't watch that new shit because it's all propaganda, and I really.
you
can't
know what
tell
I
what's
find
true and what
funny
isn't
too,
true. It
though,
doesn't-
now, bro, is that how everyone used to like say like there really is no there really is no left there really is no left media anymore. Like CNN was bought up by a conservative media company. They were bought out by a conservative guy. Other networks are being bought up by conservatives are buying up all media. So it's not, there's really no liberal media anymore. That's over with. I mean, you can watch CNN and it's not going to be like Fox, but
I don't really have a strong claim to what you say. I might have to just agree because I don't really have a strong claim. to
no,
say
they are no. I'm
you're
just saying
wrong,
that
but
no, like a
the only
Google search,
reason
you
why I
can
don't.
look. It literally is a Trump guy who owns CNN.
Well,
He
I don't
bought
know.
it.
Well, I could probably agree with you with the CNN. I don't know if I'll agree with you though with the MSNBC bitch or whatever. That chick is whack. She sounds pretty whack, but I've only seen clips of her, so honestly, she might not even be that whack. I've just seen fucking stupid clips that probably didn't get the whole picture, and are probably just propaganda fucking things. So that's why I don't watch the news, because on both sides they just show like weird clippings that show their side, and then it's like they don't give you the full thing of what the fuck's happening. And no, dude,
The only reason, and I'm not like saying like I'm not saying like your side, like Fox and all that. I'm just saying like I'm not saying one side. Me saying this is not me saying one side is right, one side's wrong. But one news station literally lost a criminal court case, and they had to define themselves as a non-news station. There's only one station that got that in trouble that bad for that, and it was Fox. Because they literally turned around and they lied about the election. They said that the voting machines were being tampered with. They had to pay billions of dollars because it was proven that, no, that didn't happen. What are you saying? Our integrity of our voting machines are compromised? Only when you lose, right? You know, I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, it's like, you know, because no, there's no compromising now. Now it's all good, right? It's like, it's ridiculous. It's like there's no compromising on any side. Nothing, they're secure.
Oh. And there's a reason why I don't watch all these propaganda.
No, I'm just saying though, it's just dangerous, and I feel bad. So like when I'm saying like Fox, I'm not just shitting on like our family members that watch it or yours that watch it. I'm just saying like it's like the worst one to be hooked into. I mean, even if you're conservative, be conservative. But like that's like I'm telling you, dude, it's literally like they have literally had to admit that they lie and they don't tell the truth and they don't say, and like it's not just their point of view. They literally admitted that everything that comes out of their mouth when they talk about migrants attacking this or whatever this, and they make this big stupid story, it's a lie. I'm sure there's some migrant thing going on, but they heavily exaggerate and lie and add details and facts that you cannot like Rachel Maddow, or I think that's what you're talking about. She doesn't make up facts. She doesn't make up facts. She doesn't go, oh, let me just add some stuff about how Trump's also this, and this. None of this is proven, but let's just say this. People at Fox News have no journalistic integrity. They just lie, and they don't even have any sort of like, at least at these other stations, yeah, it's sensationalism, it's media, it's sensationalism, you get the headlines. But they're at least, when they fuck up on air, they go, yeah, we fucked up on that, we're going to redact that statement. We thought we said that, we were incorrect. Fox has never done that once. Jesse Waters, that smug, cocky son of a bitch, just sits there and lies 24/7.
I've never been a man for the news and any of that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff, I just try to stay away from. I mean,
Jesse Waters at Fox News is the guy who literally, when he had a young intern working for him, he literally slashed her tire just to give her a ride home, and then he ended up like marrying her just because like he was creepy. It's like. And that dude's a heavy conservative, so it's like creepy stalker shit. That's what I'm saying. It's not political. People are creepy stalkers and weird and do weird shit like that. It's not attached to a political party. Sure, if they happen to be conservative, Republic, or liberal, whatever. That's not why they're creepy perverts. That's not why they're that's all that I'm trying to like, you know. Yeah, there's pedophiles and anybody that are weird people. Even if there's like the rare person, I'm gonna tell you right now, Jackson, if there's people that are doing what you're saying, if there's people doing what you're saying, telling kids and doing that, that's disgusting. If it's not in a controlled environment, it's not a health class, that's wrong. They shouldn't be. You are right about that. But that's not a representation. I'm sorry that you came into contact with these people, and this is unfortunately these assholes have shaped what you think about the entire side. And I'm trying to just help you understand that these people that were doing that, they're not. Yeah, liberal. They're not liberal. They're not liberals or Democrats. They're sexual deviants if they're talking about that in an unrestricted. No, what you're describing, that's disgusting. If there's no reason to be bringing it up, that's not a political thing. That's just a
don't you think it's the same way for the fucking weird MAGA Trump people? I don't believe MAGA Trump people are actually true conservatives. Like, being conservative and conservative values is like staying traditional, and a lot of the weird shit that like Trump people do, spit and fucking talk about is so whack to me. Like they do the same thing. So yeah, Trump people and MAGA give fucking other conservatives a bad name, and what you were just talking about, those people give liberals a bad name.
Yeah, I'm just, it's the
it goes,
crazy people that-
I know it goes both ways. It just, in my opinion and my taste, I just find one side a little more insufferable than the other. Now they're both equally bad and harmful, I believe, to the world and how they operate. But I just find like one just like more annoying. Like I think I can handle a Christian loony MAGA person more than
Dude,
know,
that's
like a
so
crazy,
weird. Like,
like,
you must have been
I
around
can just-
some really like bad. Like that's odd, bro. You'd rather sit around some whack job talking about fucking wearing a fucking
Now,
tampon
do
on
you
their
think
ear. You'd rather do that instead of being
tampon
around a
on your ear?
stereotypical Democrat that
What do you mean a
Fox News is
tampon on the ear?
described.
What's that like? I know what a tampon is, but what are you talking about a tampon here?
Bro,
What
they
even
were
is-
literally
what are you
putting
talking-
fucking tampons on their fucking ears when he was shot. Are you kidding me? They were like strapped, like wearing it like it's a fucking, like, oh, look at me, we support you, you're our god. That's fucking like, you know. I mean, come on,
I'll tell you-
dude.
I'll tell you what though. I'm gonna try to get more specific. Hate's a strong word. I really dislike both of the people who do this, like really weird Christian and just like religious loonies in general. Like anyone who's just like really forceful on their religion on other people really piss me off. And people who are really like in your face about the sexuality, just like how people would be in your face about the religion. Like those kind of people who just like kind of like just push that stuff in your face and are very like, I don't know. I just don't like that. I just really do not like it. But I feel like I can handle the Christian stuff more than I can just handle like the blue
Yeah,
hair
but again,
piercings,
bro,
like
like, I
LGBT
wouldn't, like,
stuff.
Here's the difference, bro. Here's the difference. And I know you're going to say, well, that's biased. You can't just say one side. Here's the difference. One side is fundamentally Christian and religious. What I described about people doing that, if you have people coming up to you and being sexually deviant and weird, and they're doing the things that you think...
It's not about people coming up to me. I think that's like, we're getting that wrong. Like, no one goes up randomly to anyone and does anything. What I'm saying of like, quote unquote, like they're coming up to me and they're doing this, or people like that are saying, or like, it's just more apparent, like people are freely talking about that kind of stuff to us and aren't respecting our decisions to not want to talk about stuff like that. Like, I'll tell people all the time, like, yeah, I'm not really like LGBT or like I'm not LGBT and I don't do that pronoun stuff. I don't really like that stuff. But then they just constantly like bringing it up in my face as if like I don't know. I don't know how to word it. I just don't like it. It's just not my thing.
I don't know, bro. That's weird. I honestly like.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird for
No,
being for
honestly,
it, so.
dude, I'm just glad no, we have interesting conversations just for the fact that I'm very glad that I don't know. I just feel, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but I just feel like there's so much better things to be like, I don't know. I mean, I have different passions and goals in life.
I don't know why
I've just never, like,
apologize
what
for
you
saying-
think about and you talk about, like, being a problem and, like, admitting it's not being shoved in your face, but it still bothers you that it's around in society. It's like that stuff just doesn't like. I just, to me, it's like who cares, bro? Even if I was uncomfortable about that, bro, and they were like talking about it, it's like, bro, who really gives a shit? Really? Like who
But
cares?
it goes both
Like
ways.
that
There's always gonna be shit that
the
no
reason I
one
say it's
wants to
different is
hear.
because, bro, you have like, and again, if somebody's doing that, pronouns are not liberal. Pronouns are not invented by Democrats. They didn't invent pronouns just to
Yeah, pronouns when the language is invented. I'm talking about the modern way people
But
talk
I'm just
about
saying,
pronouns.
the idea when you say you hear people talking about pronouns and what they identify as, that's not Democrats. Again,
Why is it
I'm
all
not saying
Democrats
that
that
you're
do that? I've
watching
never
Fox
seen a
News,
person
but this is
say they're
what
conservative and do that,
right-wing
though.
media and conservative outlets have been pushing. that every single thing that's trans, gay, or whatever is all liberals and Democrats and pronouns. It's all Democrat. That's what they try to get you to think, and that's the way of maintaining you. I'm not saying you guys switch sides, but I'm just saying that's the way of keeping you thinking, oh, but yeah, that's just the whole side. That's all them. That's associated. Everything, all that stuff is associated with them, bro. What? There's plenty of in the closet gay Republicans. Let me tell you that. George Santos, drag queen, plenty of people who do that stuff that are.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny though is
so it's not a liberal thing to be trans or a drag queen. It's not a liberal thing to do that. They want to make it seem like that because God forbid they have anybody on their side like that after shitting all over the other side. But it's the truth. It's not a one side is all this stuff that makes you uncomfortable because, like, Jackson, once you realize it's not about that, what do you have to complain about? There's nothing to complain about. Once you remove the veil of when you assume that this is Democrats and liberals doing this pronoun stuff, once you realize that that has nothing to do with a political party, then what does it come down to? What don't you like about Democrats? If it has nothing to do with once you realize that's not them doing that, and it's just right-wing talking sources and people that like you've admitted, you don't watch it, but your family's just like mine is, and not my dad, but the other parts of my family, same thing. But you've admitted that, so I don't know, dude.
I'm just telling you, man, not everyone, I don't like have to, I hate the thing of like, I just have to like everything.
I'm not saying you have to, dude. I'm just saying that, do you understand what I'm saying though, is that, I'm not saying that. I just want you to understand, and I'm not saying this because I'm a Democrat and I want you to come to my side. This isn't fucking Star Wars. I'm just trying to say the idea that sexualization and all of the gender stuff and everything is just lumped in with liberals and Democrats is not true. No, but I'm just saying it's not at all liberals, bro. The whole idea and concept of that was not invented by liberals or Democrats. So let me
That's not even my beef. That's not my beef.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, other than that, when you remove the veil, not just you, a lot of other people too, when you take that out of the equation and you go, okay, well, since they didn't really do the gender stuff, they didn't come up with that. Well, now what else is there to complain about? Social programs? Oh, wait, I'm on Medicaid. Never mind. I'm not going to complain about that. So it's like, and like you said, there's good. I'm just saying, bro, how you talk in passing, even if you don't mean it now and you're realizing maybe what you said was a little bit, that's fine.
I'm not backtracking on anything.
Well, okay, if you've, but okay, they're not backtracking. Then I can call you out on that. Then you have literally said that, Jackson. You have literally made it seem like one side is all about the gender stuff. You're always talking about.
I care too much about the sides. I just don't like the gay shit, and it looks like the one side does it, and if the other side doesn't
do it, bro. They don't do it.
And it doesn't. But I'm not gonna. I just can't take your word for it, dude. I'm not gonna. If you say it doesn't happen, I'm not gonna be like, oh, okay, it doesn't happen. Like, no, dude. Like, I'd have to do my own research. I'd have to look into it. But I'm telling you, anyone I've met that is like that weird gay fucking trans shit going on, they've always been fucking Democrat. Like, they've always been liberals. Now, is it really hard to believe, like, well, I see all these people do this, and it's always on this side. I've never seen, like, a Republican be, like, a drag queen before. Like, is it possible for a Republican to be on that? Listen, I can't. Dude, you get only 50%. You only get 50%, dude, of what I say every time. I don't know who the fuck that faggot George Santos is. Sure, he's probably a fucking Republican faggot. I don't fucking know who the fuck that is, and I don't care. Fine. But I'm just telling you, most people I meet who are, like, trans and gay are on the left side. That's all I'm saying. Sure, my God. I'm not a kid. You know not all Eskimos live in igloos. Like, I'm not fucking retarded. I know not all of something is something. Like, we all know.
Alright, no. You're good. But I'm just saying, bro, when you remove that veil and it's no longer there,
bro, I can like everyone, and not everyone gives a fuck about everyone else's plights.
Have you thought that maybe the other side, they identify with a side that isn't necessarily boosting them and saying that we this is us, this is our identity as gay people. They embrace a side that doesn't treat them like they're less than fucking.
Yeah, that's what they did in the 90s. That's what they did in the 90s. Everyone's treated them for the past like 20 years normal. Like that's what they were doing back in the 90s and 80s. People were treating gay people like fucking shit. And that's where that word faggot comes from. Back in those days, people would call gay people that. They would be like, faggot! Now it's like, now you kind of just use faggot for someone just acting like a pussy or really annoying and shit like that. That's like the only time I've ever heard someone use faggot. No one says like, gay faggot, like, you're a gay faggot. That's 90s shit, and like, gay people were being fucking treated like garbage in the 90s and 80s, and huge fucking stigma against it. No one has no one's had a stigma for like gay people in the past like 15 fucking years. The big stigma is like the crazy flamboyant talking about it in public.
Gay
No one gives a
Gay Republicans. Peter Thiel, he's a billionaire. You know him. He's pulling J.D. Vance's strings.
I don't know who that. Why do you say you know who that is? I don't know who the fuck that is.
I'm not just saying. I'm just talking. But just Peter Thiel, Richard Greenell, former U.S. ambassador to Germany. These are gay Republicans. Dave Rubin,
Yes, gay people can be
Jim
Republicans. I know
Cobble,
this.
Carl
I've known this for a long
DeMaio,
time.
Brandon Straka, founder of the Walk Away campaign, encouraging Democrats to leave the party. Transgender Republicans, Caitlyn Jenner, Olympic gold medalist and reality TV star, ran as a Republican candidate in the 2021 California gubernatorial recall election. Jennifer Williams, first openly transgender delegate at the Republican National Convention in 2016. Jordan Evans, a formerly openly transgender elected official in Massachusetts.
Give me 100 more names, bro. Doesn't matter to me. Like, I just meet more. I don't care, like, what that is, dude. Like, I'm just telling you, I meet more people that are on one side, so that's why I have my fucking thing. Now you're telling me, oh, it's on both sides. Well, okay, fine, it's on both sides.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to say, dude.
I'm just telling you, fucking college, high school age liberals who are like wearing blue hair, piercings, and like are like trans, and they call themselves bisexual. They're just insufferable to me. It's just it is as black and white as I can make it. It's not about.
Dude,
It's not truly about Democrats. Really, it's not about the left. It's not about the state of the world. It's just a social, like, it's a fucking thing about mine. Like, I think blue hair is ugly. I think nose piercings are ugly. I think being gay is like, it's fine. Go do it. I just don't want to hear about it because I think it's gross. I think 2 wieners is gross. I think 2 vaginas is gross. I think the trans shit is gross. I think you wanting to become a dude is weird, or you becoming a chick is weird. Like, I just think it's weird. I just don't like it. It's now. Am I gonna stop you from doing it, or am I gonna start fucking like just rounding up the fucking gay people? Like, no, dude, just go do your thing, man. I just like don't want to hear about it. Well, if you don't want to hear about it, plug yours. It's like, so I gotta just always have my ears plugged. Like,
Well, bro, it just kind of sounds like you just. It kind of sounds like you just hate everything in society, bro. Like, why do you even go out at all? Like,
I don't. Like, why do you think I work a job at night shift that's by myself?
Yeah, bro, it just kind of sounds like you're fucking miserable. Like, you're literally just, you hate piercings, you don't like this, you don't like that. Like, bro, like, what the fuck? Like,
well, no, here's the thing. That sounds negative, but then I could go, I like this, 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 I like this. Then I'd look like the most positive person. Just because I said like 10 things I don't like doesn't mean I'm a negative, like, oh my god, you must hate life. Like, okay, I hate 10 things, but I could give you 100 things I like right now. Like, that, come on, bro. That doesn't mean shit. Just me, like, rambling about what I don't like doesn't make me a miserable person, or I don't like a lot of shit, or I must hate life. Like, what? I like a ton of shit. I'm just telling you what I don't like. I think people like you just can't accept the fact that some people just don't like other people's choices in life. Like,
why should it matter what other people make as a choice, though?
It's not about that. It's just about how I don't like the choice.
Okay, but why does that matter?
Why does it matter that
it's a choice that they're making for their own person.
Okay, why does it matter when someone eats Brussels sprouts? Go ahead, eat all the Brussels sprouts you want. I'm just saying Brussels sprouts are gross. Well, why does it matter if I eat them? Go ahead, go eat them. Well, why don't you like them? I just don't.
So you're comparing like actual human. I get the analogy, but it's like, are you really comparing? Like,
it's not comparing. It's analogies. Analogies are not always about just comparing saying this is as
Yeah, 'cause
important
you
as
got to
this
use a
thing.
little bit of a better example than Brussels sprouts.
Well,
or
then you-
whatever. Like,
well, then you
Jesus,
need to- you
what
have-
the hell?
you
You're
need-
comparing the rights of human beings to I don't like Brussels sprouts, and that's an opinion. I mean,
All right, well then
you're right,
let me
but
put
it's
another. Let me do it. I'm just doing a simple
fuck?
analogy, but you're saying I'm comparing, dude. It's so fucking annoying. People like you do that. Like, it's not about comparing. It's about just you understanding the basic of like what it looks like. Like, dude, I don't like this. Well, you're saying people can't do that? Never. It's like, why do I have to explain myself so much to people like you? Like, oh my god, you mean you don't like it's, dude? You don't understand how simple people can be. That's what pisses me off about cocksuckers. Jesus Christ, and not being literal, but like literal cocksuckers. That's just an insult. That's what pisses me off about annoying ass people. I'm just like, why do I gotta explain so much? Like I just said, I think it's gross. I don't like it. So you're saying people can't do it? It's like, what? No, I just don't like it. Like, I don't know, what other analogies can I do that's better? Like, I don't like basketball, but I'm not stopping people from playing basketball, or I don't like, here's, I guess one here that's kind of similar, like, I prefer, like, if women, like, weren't working, like, certain, like, things, like, there you go, like, but you're saying they can't? It's like, well, they can. Like, go ahead, go do it. My preferences on life isn't what the world is and never will be what the world is. Do I want the world to be like that? Kind of, but kind of not. Because then if it was, like if I had a weird genie to grant my wish and everyone thought like me and like I made the world as perfect the way I think it would be perfect, it probably wouldn't. It would actually be probably a fucking hellscape apocalypse. Like, you know, like I do kind of want people to think the way I do, but at the same time I know deep down like, if people actually did think like this, there would be other repercussions or other weird shit that would arise from this shit. So that's why I don't really get involved and I don't really care. I just have my own opinion about stuff. And I don't like, I gotta like everyone and everyone's choices. No, I think some people make dumb choices and some things are weird, or like people in other countries eat food that I think is weird. Like I'm like, ew, why would you eat that? Well, it tastes good to me and I really like it. It's our culture. Like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, keep eating it. I just think it's weird. Like, I think eating weird fermented shark, like when I went to Iceland, they ate fermented shark. That's fucking weird. To them, it's not. That's fucking normal as fuck. Like, I think that's fucking weird, and I don't like that. I think fermented shark tastes like shit. Well, you're saying we can't have it? It's like, no, go ahead, have it. Like, say something, like, tell me, like, you know what I like. We've been friends for a long time. Say you don't like something I like, and I'm not going to be like, so you're saying I can't do that, Shane? Like, I'm never going to do that. I don't, like, why do you do that? I would never do that to you. Like, oh, you like this, so, I don't know. This is weird. I just find it weird. It's gross. I don't like it. So people can do what they want, you know. I guess I didn't see it as often, but I can't. I can't force people. Can't force people to just not live their life, and really wouldn't want that anyways. It's like a fucking paradox. It's like I wish you wouldn't do this, but at the same time, like I don't want to force you to do anything, but it's like I really wish like you just wouldn't do. Like it is a paradox. It's like you wish they wouldn't, but then you wish they did. And it's like make your own choice, but I just hate that choice you made. It is a paradox. It is a hypocrisy. That's why like it's just hard. That's why it's hard for everyone to admit because like there's hypocrisies everywhere. And it's a good thing I don't fucking like be an activist or actually try to like make the world think the way I do because I like the world probably would be better off the way I think. But it doesn't hurt anyone when I just keep it to myself. And like I'm never rude to like trans people or gay people. I'm not like, ew, don't talk to me, you're trans. Ew, what the fuck? Like never have done that once in my entire life. Never like scoffed at them or like did any shit. Like I literally talk to them and shoot the shit with those people like the same I would anyone else. Literally. They don't even know. They don't get treated any different. So they don't get treated any different, and they like my company because they believe I do like they believe that you know I accept that or whatever, and like whatever. And I was really nice to them when we were talking about fucking Star Wars or whatever, and they're like, yeah, Jackson's a really good person, and they're like, well, actually, like, yeah, he doesn't really like the gay stuff, like he thinks it's kind of gross. Then they'd be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, but they would they would never know that. The people that can't don't know that. I was always nice to those people and never said anything about it. Never. So I don't really know what the harm is. I don't know. I just don't like certain stuff. I don't have to like everyone's decisions. Not everyone likes my decisions. Clear to see that. My parents don't like the way I live my life. So it's like, I don't know. Everyone does that. Everyone judges, man. I don't get butthurt about people judging me. It just seems like other people get butthurt about that people judging them or not liking them for not really a reason they like. I accept people don't like me. And I don't need really a true reason. If you don't like me, you don't like me. That's it. I can't make everyone like me. It's not possible. So that's all I'm saying. I don't mean ill will towards anyone. I know when I say that kind of stuff, you think of like ill will towards them or whatever, or like I think less of them, or it's just a simple fact of I just do not like their choice that they make or what they choose to be or whatever the fuck, or however you want to word it. Ugh. You there? Shane, you there? Damn.
Yeah, I'm smoking. Ah. Ugh.
Ooh, do.
Yeah, I have to download all my Twitch highlights because Twitch is they're like getting rid of all our past highlights that are over 100 hours. I have like 300 hours of stuff. So I'm going through and getting everything.
I don't really know anything about Twitch.
No, it's just like all our funny gameplays that we've had where we have like funny jokes that we've said. Yeah, I just stream when I'm doing YouTube now though. Just got to be careful with the language and stuff. But I did read if we're having like a discussion like how we're talking is fine because we're like you're not saying it. You're not
I say some bad stuff like
no, but like we're talking about it like I know, but we're not. You're not like saying it in a way that's like we're having a discussion about it is what I'm saying. Like that kind of stuff is fine. It's just not okay if you're just like the whole video is about you being derogatory, you know what I mean? Like if we're having a political discussion, that's allowed. just like if I was to watch like play Mafia 3 and, you know, he obviously says that word in the game, or if you're watching a movie or talking about a movie, like that's I'd play it safe, but, you know, still, I mean, as long as it's educational.
Damn, what time is it?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Yeah, just making sure everything's
Oh my gosh.
This fucking Twitch is like, oh yeah, no, yeah, fuck you guys and your clips. Fuck you and your clips.
Oh.
No, yeah, dude, like, I don't know, bro, like, I'm definitely, like, a mixture of, like, yeah, I wouldn't say, like, I'm like a mixture of, like, I see both sides, too. I'm not too far to the left or the right. I am wholeheartedly, my stance is, like, literally, just do your own thing, you know? I know I think I'm even more, I think I'm even a little more so about that than you a little bit. I know you'll disagree with me on that, but I think I am so much for the idea of just do your own thing and don't think about other people, even if, like, even the gross stuff. I just don't even think about anything, nothing. Just I think about my family and the loved ones that I love. That's it. That's who I think about. I don't think about all this other bullshit. I don't think about that. You know, so
I don't know. I don't really know how to say it without.
No, I know what you're saying, Jackson. I'm saying.
But you don't believe me that I like don't think about it. Like I don't think about it either. Right?
I'm just saying that like you think that I just go around thinking like I literally don't think about it. Like I don't like, but like my stance on it is I know you don't think about it, but like you have like these like just the and it's fine to have that, but I would say I am, if you're going by textbook definition of really not caring what someone else is doing, you can have your opinions about stuff. Like, sure, I have my opinions on like you said, like I think some foods are gross. Sometimes I don't. I definitely, well, I'm not a picky eater. That's a lie. I'm fat as fuck. But like, I don't know. There's certain things I don't like, but at the same time, I don't like just like when I hear you talk about this stuff, it's like that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. That's totally fine. But you do feel very strongly about that. I don't feel very strongly about fruity gay stuff and making everybody kissing each other, and I want society to be liberal this, liberal that. I that's not my agenda. Just because you feel very strongly about one side doesn't mean I have to feel very strongly about the other side. No, that's fine. I'm just saying, but like I've noticed a pattern of that. Like when you're fine, you're totally fine, Jackson. I have family members who are like that. But what I'm saying is that just because you don't feel the need, and I've said this to other people too, just because like don't feel the need to just because you feel very strongly about one side, that's fine. And I'm not saying Republicans, I'm just saying you have your mindset, but that just because you feel a certain way, which is okay, doesn't mean, you know, and if I defend or if I go against your viewpoints, that doesn't mean I'm on the other side and I'm like, oh, well, you just want all this. It's like, no, dude, like, I really don't care. Like, I truthfully, like, you talk about thinking about your family, dog, I truthfully only think about my family, my friends, everyone being happy and healthy. That's what I care about. That's literally what, and I know you do the same thing, but you still have that, and I know you can argue this, but you still have that, I guess, like, just the fact that you can like think that way, like you like again like I do agree with like I was saying earlier about being in a sense like traditional, like not traditional in the sense you're talking about, but like, you know, yeah, I like a relationship where you know I'm not looking for a woman who, and there's a girl I'm talking to now, I really like her. She's not like other people who are like, you know, I'm not looking for somebody who's shit. I was talking to somebody that you may, well, you definitely would consider, I guess, more liberal, but I'm talking to her, and she's talking about mansplaining and stuff like that after I just gave her a simple, like, I was just trying to help her out with something. Like, she's talking about her cat knocking something over, and I was like, oh, maybe get one of these those rubber mat things so it doesn't flip it over. And she's like, you don't need a mansplain. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, that type of shit pisses me off. That shit's like, but I'm just at the same time, like, when I just don't understand the, like, you have a gay person in your family, I have gay and trans people in my family. It's not, you know, again, I'm not thinking about it. I don't understand.
Well,
it.
I don't have.
No, I'm just saying, like, but like, I know, but it's just like, just in general of not, just because, I guess what I'm saying is just because you don't think it's right, I guess. I'm not saying, no, but I'm just saying, like, you don't like it, but it's like, but like, why even think about it being gross? Why even think about it at all?
Why do people think snakes and spiders are like frogs are gross? I don't think about frogs but I don't think about frogs ever. But when I see a frog, I go in my mind, ew, because to me, frogs are gross. They're slimy and like they're just gross. I don't think about frogs. They're just gross. So I don't think about like gay stuff or trans stuff ever. But when I see it in front of me, I'm in my mind going, ew. That's not thinking about it. I'm not like pondering like, oh my god, like I really like I am not doing any of that. I am not pondering about any of that shit or thinking about it too much, or I just see it. Like seeing stuff and just acknowledging what you're seeing is not like, that's not overthinking. Like I just see it and I just, for whatever reason, I just don't like it. I was never told not to not like it. I was never told to like it. It's just, I see it, and I go, ew. Like, I don't know. I think it's just gross. Is that good? Or is that bad? I think it would be bad if I was, like, acting on shit that would go with that. Like, if you were a total dick and you're like, ew, what the fuck? Get away from me, you trans fuck. Like, that would be, yeah, that's bad. Like, ew, what are you doing? Like, and that's like not being mature whatsoever. That's a crazy level of immaturity of like, I know other people that think like, where they don't like it, but they're like more vocal about telling that person directly that they don't like it. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing? Like, you think you're gonna tell that person? You think you're gonna tell that person?
I get it. I'm just, I don't know, dude. It's
just gross to me. I don't like frogs. I think frogs are gross. I don't know what other animal. Don't compare them to animals. I'm not comparing them to animals. I'm just trying to do an analogy here. I'm just saying, like, some stuff I just don't like, and it's not like I think about it 24/7, and I have to like come up with good reasons of why I don't like it, or like, I don't know. I just see something, and I'm like, ew.
Yeah, but
and that just so happens to be that.
The only reason I'm saying the reason why. I mean, again, I'm not gonna change your mind, but it's like, bro, like. It maybe eventually, maybe someday you'll see that it's not that it. If you really just didn't care, like, okay, it's fine, but like you and me are talking about it, and the fact that other people are more vocal about it, it's just the atmosphere. Why I say, don't even think about it at all. Don't think about it being gross. Don't think about it or anything. Because but Jackson, the mindset is dangerous. It is.
Well, that's your opinion. Like,
no, it's not an opinion, Jackson. It fosters violence in real life. You may not be doing it.
Yeah, because mentally ill people who actually will do weird shit. normal people like me will just be like, yeah, it's gross, and I just go on living.
I know, Jackson, but I'm just saying, dude.
Nothing.
It's not an opinion, bro. It is. I mean, no, it's not. I mean, you can feel that way and say I'm right in my head.
You can feel your way of calling it a fact, but
Jackson, it's a dangerous way of thinking. I mean, it's
that's what you do.
I mean, you hear yourself talk, bro. I mean, and then let a million other people hear you talk like that. It promotes violence.
Well, because other people are fucking retarded and fucking do dumb shit. I don't do what other people do.
Oh, that's fine, dude.
I don't act on what other random motherfuckers say. Like, I don't know why the world does that. The world is way more impressionable. I don't like that shit. I'm just telling you, bro. I don't know. Just because I say something doesn't mean I think about it too much. Like, I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't know. Give you a lot of analogies, but not gonna again. Like, I'm just analogy empty right now, but I don't know, man. I can just not like something. Now I can keep doing what I'm doing, which is being respectful and not ever bringing it up and keeping it to myself and letting the world run the way it's going naturally without my intervention. That's what I do. Like, we can talk about tons of stuff I don't like. I am totally fine with talking about stuff I don't like. I don't go up to those people who do those specific things and just be like, yeah, I hate what you do, bro. Like, what you do is trash. Blah, 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 blah. Like, don't do that. Where is... Here, I gotta talk on the radio real quick. Ugh. Hey, how far are we on the loop? I'm asking how much of the loop is done.
I am working. I'll go first. I haven't been down with it all.
Okay, I'll go down Eclipse and Lower Infinity, and I'll just head back up. I'll just keep lapping it. Okay, I think that wasn't really a conversation, but on the radio, but whatever. Hey, Shane, you there?
Yeah.
Ugh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then after that, I'm gonna help my coworker with this show or whatever. So I'm gonna be in constant radio talk with him. So I think I'll just hang up this Discord and just do all that. I'll talk to you. I don't know. When I get home, I'm gonna download Far Cry 5 again so we can play the story or whatever. So get to where we were last time.
All right.
'Cause I remember my story isn't that far from your story, so I know where we
Yeah.
kind of are relatively. But I don't know. I'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll see.
Peace.
so there should be 40. Oh, it tells me right there, 44 items. What a conversation. Holy shit. That dude is more ignorant than a butterfly on Jubilee Day. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. He's fucking ignorant. Holy shit. I love that dude so much, but he's not gonna change. Gives me a headache arguing with him. No, it's just my opinion. Okay, it's like, that's your opinion. No, it is a wrong way to think, Jackson, and you know it. That's why you have to so strongly say that's just my opinion, because if it wasn't and you were actually wrong and you know you are, then it becomes a problem. And I mean, the evidence is there. How I didn't yell once. He started getting so angry, and he's sober too. He's not, but he started getting so angry. It's like, bro, you are fucking hateful. Like, go back to drinking alcohol, brother. Like, he's taking out his soberness on on other fucking people. I fucking disgusting. Yeah, you should just drink more, Jackson. Like, boring ass fucking. Like yeah. Like, yeah, it actually is a wrong way to think. Very, extremely. You can't just have love for everybody. What's so how hard is that? Makes me sick. He makes me sick. His mindset makes me sick. He's disgusting. He's gross. His fucking viewpoint's gross. It's disgusting. He thinks other people living their lives is gross. It shoves it, and then he tries to justify saying it. They shove it down my throat. No, they don't. No, they don't. Oh, you wouldn't know. I see. No, you don't. You bring up the 4 same examples that, and it's funny because he never ever told me once that the counselors at the camp that he worked at were transgender. But then when it fit his narrative, oh shit, I killed the fucking hostage. My bad. Oh, fuck me. Fuck you. Sorry. Killed the hostage. My bad. I was just... Oh, shit. She was kind of a baddie, too. Shit. But that shit... Oh, shit. But that shit is fucking... Like... Tries to justify it. Like... It's like, bro... There's no reason to be that. My point of, like, me saying, like, what I think, and that pissed him off so much, because he knows that's true, and I'm like, I think about things less than you think about that. Well, I'm not thinking about it. Just because I think it's gross doesn't mean I'm thinking about it all the time. I'm like, it's not what I'm saying, Jackson. You know it. You know exactly what the fuck I'm saying, so don't even... Silly goose. Silly little homophobic goose. It's like... My friends might call that dry snitching, but you know what? That dude needs a fucking wake-up call. I think I am going to post that clip on. Dude needs to get a fresh dose of reality of what the world really is. Nobody's shoving anything down his fucking throat. That's literally just a justification that every homophobe uses. He doesn't even try to, like, come up with, like, oh, they touched me when I was, or they tried to get gay with me at camp when I was there. Oh, to go back to the thing, he never said they were trans. He always just referred to them as liberal counselors, but then when it fits his narrative, he's like, oh, also they're trans. Oh, so they're trans too? Big Jackson, you lie more than you fucking... It's so sad. It's like, and that's why your relationships don't work out, because you lie. And then you have to be right. He goes, I don't have to be right. Yeah, you say that, but then you continue to, like... No, you just don't want to listen to truth. You just don't... I don't want to listen to... So you're mad that you're not wrong. Oh, come on. It's so weird. It's like, bro... It's like, and then he thinks he's on the right side. It's like, bro... It's called respect and decency. Do us a favor. Don't ever reproduce. Go live in the woods. Never reproduce. Like, you can sit here all you want to tell me. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. We do not need another one of you running around this world, constantly fucking never thinking they're wrong, always thinking they're right. And I am true. I'm like, no, I'm a more true Republican than you, because you think about it. That mindset that you have is petty and dangerous. It is. And did you hear how mad he got when I was saying how dangerous it is? He's like, it's not dangerous. No, it's not. No, it's not. Jackson, it is. You know it is. There was a trans woman that was just killed because of that mindset. Yeah, it actually is very dangerous. Fucking ridiculous. All because it makes him uncomfy. Gets his pee-pee hard when he thinks about it, and it makes him upset. But now I forgot that he was a big drinker and he stopped. Now I know why he's like that. He's miserable because he's not drinking. And he's taking that out on. I know that sounds petty, but trust me, you don't understand how alcohol can get you. He's just finding something to like take out his. Like I was gonna say, I've never heard him get this. When he was drinking, he was very non-political, and then when he stopped drinking, he's like started getting really political. Oh, yeah, it's like I don't know what the fuck happened to you, bro. Like, but he did just like start getting very, very political. He said something about because something about some what you were saying after. And then, like, dude, like, everything he was, like, contra... And then like, just to be right, he goes, I know I'm a hypocrite. I know I'm a hypocrite. It's like, everything is just... Now I'm just seeing, like, when you converse with him, it's just, he's got to be right. You can't have a conversation with him without him trying to be right. I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to, like, understand the mindset. But anytime I come close to making a point, you know what? I am a hypocrite. I am a hypocrite. Hey, you know what? Actually, no, you don't just get to claim the fucking thing I'm about to say to make it seem like, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, you are being a hypocrite. You're saying people should only have sex when married. Well, that was before, and then he goes, that was before it was before I felt that way. Oh, so convenient. That was before I felt that way. Right, Jackson. You contradict yourself 24/7, just like these other dumbass Trump fucking supporters. And not just Trump supporters. Not just Trump supporters either. Like, just everyone. Like, it's crazy.
Reach Falls End.
Oh shit, I gotta get to bed, bro.